Welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing tonight? I hope everyone had a nice week. We're gonna jump right into this. We got 2 new courses, 2 new characters. I think I'm just gonna jump in with the we'll shoot 18. CPU skill? Excuse me? CPU. Oh no. Oh no. I wonder. Oh no. Okay, we'll find out about that later. We'll do Koopa first. Well, what are we looking at first? Okay, so they're on the weaker side. They are on the weaker side. Not the same. It's kind of odd. They're kind of similar characters. It seems a little strange that they gave us 2 characters and they're both like the same type of character. You know what I mean? Like they're both fast, like small fast characters. Especially when Toadette was also that. So hopefully they hit us with a, they both have the same type of special shot, too. So hopefully they hit us with, like, a power character next, I guess. We'll start with Koopa. Slowly Mountainous Course Pro the Strong. No, not the stupid ones. Man. I was all looking forward to a snow course, and they had to throw the stupid wind things in there. I don't know if we necessarily needed a second desert course either, but I also like Balmy Dunes a lot, so I'm like, it's basically another 18 holes for Balmy Dunes, which I'm pretty okay with. These hazards look terrible, and I want no part of it. Hold on, I did open chat, I just had to minimize. There we go. Hey Theo, how's it going? Yeah, I was super excited to see a snow course. I'm less excited to see. I mean, I guess with a name like Blustery Basin, I should have seen it coming. But I think since you're here, we can actually just jump straight online. I don't see a reason not to. Especially if we have higher difficulty AI now. I wasn't expecting that update. So the question is, what have you played with the AI, the new AI difficulties yet? Like, how good are they? I wish you could do the Monster Hunter thing where you could make it that, like, friends don't need the password to join. That'd be nice. I don't know if I want to jump straight up to Champ. I kinda do, but I also kinda don't. That sounds intimidating. That might be, like, more... I would assume that Amateur is what we've been playing against. So do they... I wonder if they still scale with their clubs, too. Because they did seem... that maybe they don't scale with club power anymore. Maybe this is just... they allowed you to control it separately from clubs. If that's the case, we can handle Champ already. We've already been playing against Champs. If it's basically, oh, they use Superstar clubs. Let's try it. Fuck it. Fuck it. And have you played on the new courses yet? I was thinking about booting it up and playing last night, but I decided not to. I decided to wait. Yeah, maybe they still made improvements to the AI otherwise. That would be a nice surprise. Coincidentally, Pokemon Unite came out on mobile this week. Was that one Wednesday? I think that the mobile release was, and they tweaked a lot of little bits about the game here and there. One of which being the fact that the AI is super difficult now, like to the point where I'm losing more than I'm winning against AI, and that's not that's an indicator of not only the AI being significantly better, but the fact that 9 times out of 10 you have at least one person on your team that's AFK. So you're just like undermanned like 9 times out of 10, which is kind of unfortunate. But so it's interesting that they also boosted them up here. And as someone who enjoys playing against CPU players, occasionally, more than occasionally, perhaps, that is an update that I appreciate. So I want to check something really quick. You haven't tried the new courses yet. Which one should we try first? I don't know if they're in like difficulty order or anything. So I don't know if like the desert one is supposed to be like the new hardest one. I guess we'll find out. I'm thinking desert first. I'm also wondering if we should wait a little bit longer in case blue's on our way or anything, but I'm also eager to jump in, so I'm shocked and not shocked, because like it's the rookie course, right? Like not to downplay it, but yeah, great. Yeah, see, I can still pick their clubs. God, I wonder how good they're gonna be, like, with Superstar clubs and Champ AI. I guess we're gonna find out. Alright, I think we'll do the desert first. Oops, not 18 holes, holy shit. 6 holes is fine, random holes. We'll do standard tees for now, I think. Although they only have standard and back. So whatever, we'll do random, that's fine. But yeah, this was a nice surprise. I was pretty sure we were gonna see. I was like 99% certain we were gonna see a Mario Golf update in the Direct. I just didn't expect them to be like, oh yeah, it's out today. Oh, so this is designed like the rookie course.
Ready?
It looks like. Yeah, like all of the courses are like, where am I even going? Look at this map. Just however you can get there, huh? Okay. They lowered the resolution on the map screen. It's interesting. I actually feel like they lowered the resolution in general. Am I crazy on that? The interface resolution is the same, but the game resolution is lower. If that means that the game runs smoother, honestly, I don't mind. If it means that there's less, like, watching plants load in and maybe higher quality shadows, that I think I'm more than okay with that.
Nice shot.
I might just be crazy, to be fair. It looks like it might be like 720, whereas I think it was 1080 before. Again, I might be crazy. It's been so long since I've looked, like, at a video game that it's, Oh, no. I hate to see that. Not a bad land, though. I think it's maybe just the jaggeds on the water are really sticking out to me. In particular. So I had another idea for scoring that I might try and test out tonight to see how it feels. I should have hit that harder. I mean, it's fine, I guess. But... Nice, huh? So I had an idea that if you're in the lead, you get a 50% decrease to all gains and scores. Nice, huh? So if I, which I guess we'd have to figure out if we're rounding down or up on that. If I go 6 under on this round, nice, huh? I'd actually only gain 3 points. And on the other side, if you... Excellent. I was thinking if you're in last, but I might just make it that if you're over, you actually get a 50% increase. Or no. It was gonna be that if you're going over, you'll get a 50% decrease in loss of points to try and at least prevent you from getting further behind. Basically, the idea is that the extremes wouldn't be able to continue growing as quickly. In theory, it sounds good. I'll have to, like, test it to see if it actually works in practice. Nice car. It might have the same issue that what we tried out last week had, where, like, I don't want it to be too crippling. I don't want it to be so crippling to the person in first that we're essentially trading first on a per-round basis, solely because of the fact that the disadvantage is hurting so much. Nice car. Birdie. Nice birdie. So I think the only way to do it is going to be run the numbers and see what it looks like. Ready? Oh boy, these non-powered up clubs. The water glares seem particularly low resolution for some reason. They definitely reduced the resolution of this map, I'm pretty sure. And I'm not completely sure why they did that. Maybe just to address slowdown somewhere. Nice shot. Oh, fuck. Not the win. depending on how far ahead they are. I thought about that, but, like, I really want... I don't want it to be anything that I'm gonna have to think too much about. Which is why I said, like, 50% decrease, because it's easy to math out. I don't have to be, like... If it's, like, a 30% decrease, I'm gonna have to actually do math between every single round, which I'm not a big fan of. No. You hate to see it. Look at that curve. Oh no.
Nice shot.
Okay, that sucks. He right there. I wouldn't say that necessarily deconfirms him. Although, on the other hand, there aren't Koopas standing in the crowds, and I thought there were. There were Koopa in campaign, though, right?
Nice, huh? Nice shot.
Oh, no. I didn't have this yawning problem literally all week. While I was on vacation.
Nice, huh?
That makes me think it really is something with my headphones. I always felt like I was insane saying that, but, like, I feel like that actually is a thing. Damn, I thought it would go a lot further than that.
Nice.
I mean, is that a problem, though? It's not like you're gonna get confused about which spike you are or something. That's oh, this is nasty. We're just gonna get in there and see what happens. Gotta. Oh, yo, I didn't believe hard enough. How would it be a problem on speed golf, though? The camera follows you. It's not like you're gonna be like, I don't know which spike I am. If it were like a side-scrolling game where the camera isn't focused on you, then it could be a problem, but... I'm already sick of listening to them puke up spike balls. It's already like, yeah, I've had enough of that. Other players targeting the other spikes. I mean, that's their problem. If they can't figure out which spike is holding a golf club and which one is standing in the same animation indefinitely, then that's their problem. That's the way I would look at it, from, like, a game design perspective.
Bogey.
I mean, that spike's stuck in, like, a 5-second animation loop. Like...
Nice bar.
If you can't tell the difference between those two spikes, you probably can't tell the difference between a playable Bowser and a Bowser statue on Bowser Highlands either. Plus, they're probably gonna be, like, different sizes, if I had to guess. Those spikes are pretty big.
Ready?
Isn't Spike kind of a small character? Almost. That almost sucked.
Nice shot.
Ew. 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 What am I supposed to do here? I think I'm gonna have to hit to these T's and hope for the best. Except there are trees in the way, so that's a really bad idea, too. Oh my god, this sucks. I think I'm actually going to want to try to shoot between these trees and then just backspin it so that I don't go too far.
Nice shot.
I don't believe you, but thank you. Oh no. Not like this. Okay, good. I think in certain types of games that could be an issue. I don't think that's an issue in this game. I think players are smarter than that.
Nice shot.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Like I said, if I were playing this game and I was playing as Spike, playing speed golf, and somebody got upset that they accidentally like used their shot to fuck over the Spike that's just standing there stationary in the same 5-second animation loop, I'd be like, that's your problem. Like, you couldn't tell the difference between the one standing still and the one running towards their ball. Oh no. Back it up. I'm gonna have to do that and then curve it back, is what I'm gonna have to do, I think. Because I have trees in my way. I could try to go between them, but I'm not really liking that idea. I think we're just gonna do this and then we're gonna try and curve it back. And it's probably not gonna work, but here we go. I don't think I wanted 3. I absolutely did not want 3. That was way too many. That was awful. I think 2 would have been too many, too. I was an overall just awful shot, and I'm showing my rust.
Nice shot.
The AI don't seem like they're doing that much better, right?
Great.
I'm not paying super close attention to them, but they seem to be doing just as well as they did last week. So I have a feeling. I think what they did was that their skill level used to be linked to which club they were using, and now they just separated it. So you have more control over it. Oh my goodness. I mean, they are beating us, I guess, but it's effectively not their first time playing on the course, so...
Great.
Oh. Okay. I'm screwed on this one. I'm screwed on this one. Just no ifs, ands, or buts. Yep, screwed. There's no better feeling of being screwed than when you get 2 shots in a row. It's like, yep, that's how you tell. That is how you tell. I'm not accounting for the wind, like, at all. This is misery. Am I still the furthest away? No, I'm not. Okay, good. I think I'm still gonna make par, though, which is kind of wild. Well, as long as I sink the putt, that is. Which, looking at this nonsense, isn't looking promising. Oh boy. What do you do? Okay, they're not any better. they're not any better. Not even a chance. Yeah, they just made it a little bit more intuitive to, like, choose their difficulty level. It was a little bit, like, convoluted, choosing difficulty based by... And now you don't have to unlock their clubs to put them on the highest difficulty. So, there's that, too. I'd be curious to put one in that, like, still has their standard clubs, or even just basic clubs, and see how they do. Not basic. Basic standards, same thing. The star clubs is what I meant.
Nice birdie.
Like, now I'm wondering if... Are there 6 or 9 combinations of difficulty levels? Do their difficulties scale based on their difficulty setting and their clubs? Or is it just the difficulty setting now?
Ready?
I would assume it's just the difficulty setting now, but that's what we're gonna hopefully maybe try to figure out tonight. Yeah, they need to make their putting better. Give them, like, a margin of error, but for the love of God, like... I've had enough of them doing this nonsense where they don't even try to aim.
Nice shot.
Like, Donkey Kong outright put in the wrong direction on that one. That's unfortunate.
Nice shot.
Oh my God. not a big fan of that plan, but not a big fan of other plans either at the moment. Where's the wind at? Like, what? It's like there was no wind on that. Wind in this game is just... it's still just bullshit. Alright, so don't account for the wind, and now it's gonna blow you way off course, is basically what's gonna happen now. We're also having to go right through that tree, which I hate. So we're gonna have to, like, do this and kind of... when I say, like, one curve. I mean, that's not bad, actually. That could have been much worse.
Nice approach.
I'm a little mixed on this course so far. Initially, I don't really like it. But the reason I don't like it is because there's trees fucking everywhere. And the thing is I think this fills a niche that we didn't have before, and that's that there are so many trees that you're gonna have to be using your curve more. Not only use it more, but use it more effectively. And a lot of other courses haven't really... I've thought that on, like, watching the AI drive on when they have these crazy clubs, and they're doing all these crazy spins, and it's like, why? It was a straight shot down the fairway. There's nothing in your way, right? And you're doing all these crazy curves. So we kind of needed a course like this where there were more crazy curves to deal with. That's not hard enough. Or maybe it is, you just gotta believe. Oh my god.
Nice. Birdie.
I did it to myself. We're gonna... oops. We'll pull the scorecard out here to the side really quick. You guys can't even see it. And I can do some extra math on the side if needed.
Nice par. Birdie. Nice par. Birdie.
Which, on that note, using standard clubs on this course is going to be, like, a really big disadvantage because you're not going to have a lot of curve to play with.
Nice par.
I think that's why clubs didn't particularly matter on other courses, because you just didn't have to weave between trees and shit. This hole is... holy fuck. Which hole are we on? 5, okay.
Nice on.
See, what are you doing? You're just showing off. Like, she's just showing off. There was no reason for any of that.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Don't want to count too much for the wind because that's what fucked me last time.
Nice shot.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
Hey, I'll get a point back. Hopefully. If I miss this shot, then there's something seriously wrong with me.
Birdie putt.
Yes and no. It felt more that we were. It felt more like we were behind because we didn't get an update last month. So I feel like this was them potentially playing catch up for that for sure. They were like, here's September's update and October's update.
Nice par. Nice.
And I think I'm okay with that. I think if they have
Birdie.
updates every other month, except they're bigger updates, I think I'd be totally fine with that.
Nice birdie.
All right, give me a last hole that I can like actually do well on.
Ready?
Didn't we do this one already? I mean, I'm gonna have that happen a lot since this is constructed like the rookie course where everything's just overlapping, so. It's unfortunate. Oh, that poor shy guy. Those trees, I don't like this. I think what we're gonna have to do is like kind of squeeze in here. There.
Nice shot.
Like, yeah, dude, the fucking trees on this course are... Yikes. They're all tall trees, too, so, like... I feel like on a lot of courses, you can just be like, I'll just go over the tree, it's fine. Oh, I hate seeing that. Although, he's... champ difficulty and he's got superstar clubs, he'll make it out of that just fine. I wonder if the winter course is set up like this too, or if it's like actually 18 holes, 18 courses. If I had to guess, that one's probably set up differently. I may have hit that too hard, but I do have a little bit of wind going in my face, so I think we'll be fine. Yeah.
Nice on.
Close.
Nice on.
An admirable effort.
Nice approach.
Like, reading the green is hard in this, don't get me wrong, but you'd think the AI would be a little bit better at it, is all I'm getting at. I can feel it. I could feel it. I was like, nope, this isn't going in. That's unfortunate.
Nice birdie. Birdie.
My rust is showing for sure.
Birdie.
Even though it's only been a week, and that's usually how long it is before
Nice birdie.
between golfing sessions, so it shouldn't be that rusty. I think it's more that I haven't been playing, like, I haven't been gaming for a week.
Nice par.
Three. So in this particular case, that 50% thing I was talking about wouldn't be relevant anyway, so... Also, hey, Volbit, how's it going? I don't think they're gonna get that ambitious with skins. We'll probably see like a red Koopa Troopa skin or something. I think it's still most likely that Dry Bones would just be his own character. Look at fucking Dry Bones Bowser in Tennis Aces, which was like 100% a skin. It used like all the same animations as Bowser and everything, and they still made it a completely standalone character. Alright, let's put in an AI that doesn't have Superstar Clubs and see how they do. I don't know who I should put in, though, on that note. We'll put in, we're gonna put him on standard, since we're, like, all on standard anyway, except for Theo, never mind. We'll put Chuck in because, then we're all enemies. Okay, these also have standard and back tees. And this is also set up in, like, it's just one big course. Okay, interesting. We're running out of blues.
Ready?
Fucking win, dude. God damn it. Why'd they have to ruin a course that I would have otherwise been over the moon with by putting fucking wind on it? This one's like camping the fucking hole, too. Look at this garbage. Fuck this.
Nice shot.
I'll take it.
Nice on.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some online N64 nights once that launches. They didn't give us a date on that, right? They just said it's coming.
Nice shot. Nice on.
I mean, I would assume it's going to be before the end of the year, at least.
Nice shot. Nice on.
I'd really be interested in going back and checking out the original Mario Golf, though,
Nice
for
shot.
sure.
Nice on. Birdie. Nice birdie. Birdie.
Did it say October?
Nice birdie.
I only watched the direct the once, so there's probably a lot of information I missed.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
I felt,
Birdie.
I felt bad saying it at the end of the direct. Like, not at first, but when watching the premiere with you guys yesterday, I, felt bad saying at the end that I felt like it could have used one more drop. That the direct felt like it just needed one more thing, because realistically there was enough in there for that I'm personally excited about that I keep forgetting about stuff, so like I've talked to a couple people about like, well, what did you like about the direct? And I'll talk about it, and then I'll like 30 minutes later I'll be like, oh yeah, there was this other thing I liked too. So there was enough that I can't remember it all, so saying there should have been one more thing was kind of unfair, I think. Oh, that tree. So I'm gonna have to... Fuck is this tree placement, dude? I'm gonna have to reroute and go this way, I guess. I do like that it has, like... I like that we're in the middle of, like, a blizzard. It's kind of neat. Oh, was golf in the... It's not in the initial set. I couldn't remember if tennis was or golf was. Mm-hmm. That's what I was trying to avoid. Thank you for the demonstration, Theo. I've been trying to think about, like, what do I even want to see on N64 and Genesis? I think the holy grails for me with Genesis would be them putting Wily Wars on there, or Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Those would be the holy shit moments. Oh dear. N64, like, we already have Banjo-Kazooie, so that's like... I feel like there's a surprisingly few amount of people talking about how amazing that is. I mean, I guess it's not that amazing because there's already third-party games on NES and Super NES Online, right? So it's not that crazy. But it's also like they were smart enough to know that if they were going to have N64 Online, they needed it. It was just necessary. And we're absolutely going to play that on day one. I definitely want to see 2E on there too, I guess. F-Zero's coming already. I noticed that they don't have any Mario parties on there, right? And they don't have Smash on there either, which is probably them saying, we don't want you playing those, we want you playing the new Mario Party and new Smash Brothers. Which is reasonable. I imagine they'll be added eventually, it's just maybe now's not the time. Overshoot because of that wind.
Nice shot.
Honestly, you probably wouldn't expect me to even say this, but I think I'm excited to replay Ocarina of Time. It's been like 20 years since I played that game. It seems like a pretty good opportunity to do so. Why'd the camera not follow the ball on that? That was weird. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. N64 is tricky though, and I think part of the reason why having rare games was so necessary is the fact that, like, honestly, the N64's library wasn't that big. It's just it has a couple of titles that are hilariously overrated. Oh, close. They need to get fucking Diddy Kong Racing on there. Who gives a fuck about Mario Kart 64? We need Diddy Kong Racing on there. That's a wish list item for sure.
Nice. Birdie.
I feel like N64 is going to be similar to Super Nintendo, where they're going to get the obvious shit on there. They're going to get Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. They're going to get the obvious stuff on there, and then people are just going to complain that they never add anything interesting. Because they already added everything interesting. Like, they already put the good stuff on there. Like, what else do you want? Everything else is going to be a little bit more niche. GameCube is similar, but it's not... It's in a very different way, because the GameCube had a lot of good titles, but they were all more niche. They weren't, like, mainstream titles. Because sure, you have Sunshine and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, but then you also have Luigi's Mansion, and you have Kirby's Air Ride, and you have Fire Emblem, and you have Metroid Prime 1 and 2, and F-Zero GX. Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes. Mega Man X Command Mission. But they're all more like... They're not as hyper mainstream as something like Mario Sunshine. So just naturally less people are gonna care. Apparently this wasn't actually downhill. Okay, that's fair. What else? Super Monkey Ball. It's not even mentioning Smash Bros. Melee, Mario Kart Double Dash, Mario Golf, Mario Tennis, Mario Baseball, Mario Strikers. We could probably sit here all night talking about cool GameCube titles. We couldn't do that with the N64, is kind of my point. The N64 is kind of like easy. It's like Mario 64, Mario Kart 64, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Banjo, Smash Brothers. Yeah, you got the bases covered. I forgot about Star Fox. I apologize.
Double bogey.
It's kind of funny, like, I love Star Fox 64. Love it. But on the other hand, I'm like, do I really need to play it again? Like, not really. Especially since they've remade it 5 billion times, so I'm kind of like, yeah, that's great. It's cool, I guess. If for anyone who's never played Star Fox 64, now's your fucking chance, because the game's fucking good. So, you know, play it. But if you've played it, it's also kind of like, yeah, been there, done that, right? No, Assault was GameCube. You're probably thinking of Command, which was on DS. What the fuck are these trees, dude? What is happening? These fucking penguins, too, though.
Nice shot.
Yeah, there wasn't a Game Boy Advance one. I feel like Game Boy Advance and GameCube are pretty similar. Game Boy Advance lacked, like, very mainstream titles, right? It didn't have a standalone Mario game. It had Minish Cap, that was the only standalone Zelda game, but it had 2 great Metroid games. Had 3 great Fire Emblem. I would assume Fire Emblem 6 was good. Had several good Kirby games. That was like the golden era for Mega Man games. You had the entire Zero franchise and Battle Network. You had Sonic Advances. But none of it's like super mainstream, right? It's not fucking Mario World and Mario 64. I feel like people just assume that they're gonna do a GameCube online. Wouldn't that be far too large of a file? Because GameCube is when the files start getting pretty large. Installing GameCube online would be like, even with like 16 titles, it's gonna be like over 20 gigs. The appeal with like NES and Super NES and even N64 is small file size. GameCube, you'd actually have to free out space for. Don't even get me started on Wii games. Like, if they did a Wii online, like, you're gonna need to buy external storage for that shit. Like, those games are huge. I maybe overshot that a little bit. Oh, no. Oh. Wasn't paying attention to that shit either. So this is why they fixed Wind, because they were putting it on another course. That fucking sucks. Anyway, I actually wish I would have played Star Fox Assault more than I did. I remember, like, one, like, Saturday afternoon, my stepbrothers were over. And we discovered that Star Fox Assault actually had fantastic multiplayer with a ton of unlockables. And we, like, played the shit out of it. And then we, like, never played it again. But for that one day, we were like, holy shit, this is good. Yeah, for GameCube Wii, they'd have to make it that you have to download the games individually. And at that point, why even make it a collection? You might as well just release them separately. Also, Command was surprisingly good. I actually liked Command a lot.
Nice, huh?
back on the N64 note, I'm looking forward to playing Kirby 64 again, too. I haven't played that probably since it came out.
Nice shot.
That's unfortunate. That's highly unfortunate. You hate to see it. Hey, there's spikes in the crowds, too. Have they always been in the crowd and I just never noticed? There's toads in the crowd, too, though. But I guess you were talking specifically about obstacles, not crowd members. The fucking whatever that enemy's called happened. And Theo, I keep holding out thinking this year was the Battle Network 20th anniversary. So I keep holding out hoping that they're going to release a Legacy collection and that I'll just replay them all when that happens. But I'm starting to get a little antsy. They're taking a little bit too long. And I'm like, I kind of just want to play it. I kind of just want to play them. As much as I love those games, I actually haven't played them as much as many would probably think. AI is still questionable. So they didn't really improve the AI. They just separated difficulties so that you don't have to unlock their clubs, which is like, okay. It's not bad. It means we're not restricted to using the same. We can just use whoever the hell we want now, basically. Which is cool, because now I don't have to stress about unlocking everyone's clubs. I can let it happen naturally instead.
Oh. Oh.
Wasn't there a Wario Land on GameCube too? There might have been.
Nice car.
Yeah, I can't believe they didn't show Breath of the Wild 2. Fucking clowns. How's it going, Mike?
Ready?
I outright said in my reaction at the end, like, if you, I know you're being funny. I know you're not saying you actually expected it. But I think anyone who legitimately expected Breath of the Wild 2 out of that direct was a complete and total fool. But oddly, I didn't hear a lot of people calling for it. I didn't hear a lot of people calling for it. I think I saw a lot of people just saying Bayonetta 3 and Splatoon 3, which I thought was fairly reasonable. So I go back and forth on the movie casting. I go back and forth between optimistic and trusting the actors because I like them in other roles, and then back to this doesn't fit the character at all. What the fuck? It's so weird. To be fair, I think the most important thing to take away from the Mario casting is I'm incredibly hesitant about Idris Elba as Knuckles as well. So it's not just the Mario movie, right?
shot.
You're moderately sane. I was talking to a friend about that, because a friend of mine pointed out that they liked how the Direct... They took the time to not only say... And these are his words, not mine. They took the time to not only say... Smash news is coming. Cool your tits. But they also made the time to say, Animal Crossing news is coming. Cool your tits. And like I said, his words, not mine. According to him, both communities are hilariously toxic, so he thought it was really funny that they pointed that out. And I said, well, like, first of all, is Animal Crossing as bad as the Smash community? I find that hard to believe. And he was saying, like, yeah, they just constantly bitch. If there's no Animal Crossing news, they lose their goddamn minds. And I was like, well, to be fair, like, everyone does that. It goes in cycles, almost, where people will just suddenly be like, we're upset that they haven't talked about this. And it's weird to people like him and myself, because we're fans of stuff like F-Zero, and we've just come to terms with reality. We don't just constantly bitch about, like, where's F-Zero, because we've just come to terms with things. Other people, not so much.
Nice shot.
So yeah, this year, the new hotness is Xenoblade 3 and new Fire Emblem. Those are the ones that people just can't shut the fuck up about. And it's like, you'll get it. You'll get your time. This isn't your time. This isn't a Fire Emblem year. This is a 3D Kirby game year. Shut the fuck up. Cool it. Your time will come. It's not a dead franchise. What are you worried about? You know what I mean? Same with Xenoblade. Xenoblade's like a very popular franchise, so like, what the fuck are you dealing? What are you worried about? It'll happen. That and Xenoblade 2 is like 700 hours long. Just, you know, play it. You know? Same with Fire Emblem. I think anyone who's like just losing their minds on Twitter about no Fire Emblem news, my question to them would be, did you play every path in 3 houses? No? Then shut the fuck up. Go back and play the game you already have. If you have played all 4 paths, okay, I'll give you a little bit of leeway. You're done. You're ready for the next one. I get it. You like her insanely huge and weird-looking eyes? Is that what you like? I don't know who she is.
Great.
People have been freaking out about a new Fire Emblem since E3, basically. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're gonna get it. Fire Emblem is like one of their most successful franchises now. It's so successful that people that don't like Fire Emblem are pissed off that they just make Fire Emblem games now. And yet you're complaining that they haven't made a new Fire Emblem game? Like... Huh? What? Cool it. It's coming,
Nice
dude.
approach.
Yeah, I think... After like... I think I Googled her, and I was like, oh, she's the girl from Queen's Gambit, but I just haven't watched that. I don't know anything about it. I think it's about chess. That's all I know about it. It's about a lady that plays chess. And that might be a gross oversimplification. Nice. I will say... Yo, I eagled? What? I will say that initially last night, taking like one look at Twitter, wasn't even at Twitter. I was watching some reaction videos of the Direct, and the amount of people I saw that watched the direct and started the reaction bitching about how we've never seen Bayonetta 3, and then as soon as they showed Bayonetta 3, they bitched about the fact that... Just random bitching about, like, oh, why isn't this? Why isn't... Oh, man, these graphics are horrible. We really need to Switch Pro. Why isn't she getting naked? And it was just them complaining about Bayonetta 3, and I was like, what the fuck? You've complained for like 3 years about where the fuck is Bayonetta 3, and now you're getting a trailer and you're still gonna complain? That aside, I looked at Twitter this morning and it looks like the Bayonetta fanbase is mostly over the moon and they're just happy. So, you know, props to them.
Nice car. Nice car.
It is about chess, pretty much covered. It's also about addiction, but mostly chess. It's also about you can't play chess because you're a woman. You couldn't possibly move small pieces on a board. Doesn't it take place in like the 50s or something like that?
Ready?
Is it based on a true story? Or is it all fictional? I've heard it's good. That's the only thing I know about it, is that I've heard it's good. Yo, I'm bringing it back. Maybe Koopa Troopa's just not my character? Yeah, I don't know shit about Bayonetta 3, so I'm not terribly excited. It looks cool. And I hope it is good. But it's like, otherwise, like, unless I can find time to play both of the first two games before that comes out, I'm probably not going to particularly care about it. Which I should find the time to do that, but... It looks like a thing I would like. Yeah, they 100% had me thinking it was Astral Chain. For like a solid minute. That trailer was a fucking journey. I even thought it was Astral Chain before that. In the reaction, I was about to say something about, like, it makes sense why they didn't want to show us Bayonetta 3 because they were releasing something else first. That's how sure I was that it was something else. And then I, like, cut myself off because I was like, no, I think this might actually still be Bayonetta 3. Because you're moderately sane. Yeah, within the last, like, 2 years, I've started approaching directs a little bit differently, and, like, it still sucks when there's a direct and it's just a bunch of stuff that, like, I don't know anything about, because as an entertainer, I'm like, I have nothing to comment on, right? Which is unfortunate, because but I can look at it now and be like, well, I don't know anything about this, but I'm excited for the people that are excited. I didn't used to be able to do that. And I'm glad that I can do that now, but on the other hand, like, sometimes I'll be, like, watching a trailer for something, and I'm like, I just don't have anything to comment on here, because I don't know what I'm looking at. Yeah, I've seen some weird theories about Bayonetta 3 already. I have seen those, and I'm like, dude, come on, like... And this is all just tying back to it being Ganondorf beneath Hyrule Castle in Breath of the Wild 2, right? Like... You guys need to fucking cool it. I don't think they were showing us any plot-driven anything in that trailer for Bayonetta 3. I think they were just showing us gameplay, which is honestly what they should have done, so... People need to chill. Is the game's lore even that crazy? Is it even, like, Nomura-level stuff? Or are people just being fucking weird? Remember when we played games because they were fun and not because they have fucking big brain plots or super duper high def realistic graphics? I'm like, man, one of the reactions I watched, like, he would not shut the fuck up about graphics. And I was like, dude, remember when we played games to have fun and not because graphics? I don't remember, like, when I, like, playing N64 in, like, middle school, I never remember being like, dude, graphics. Dude, what if graphics, though? What if graphics? Like, we just played the games because they were fun, dude. I don't know. I miss the simpler times, I guess. I don't know if I'm just getting old or what. I don't know what to do with this shot. I know I'm stalling here, but I have no idea what to fucking do. I think we're gonna have to kind of pivot around here. Because that tree is a bit of a problem. Yeah, it'll do. It's not perfect, but it'll do. Dude, Chocobo Racers was fucking adorable. I kind of want it.
Nice shot.
Oh, so the Xenoblade fan base thinks everything has to be for them, is what you're telling me? That's unfortunate. The shot is unfortunate, not the fact that they're... I mean, there's people like that in every community that thinks... I mean, look at the Smash community. Literally, any trailer starts, and as soon as they see the words, not actual gameplay footage, Smash! 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 Like, they start losing their goddamn minds, and it's like, dude, cool it. Like, just... chill. Not everything's fucking Smash Bros. What are you gonna do when the final character's announced and it's just not a thing anymore? And you're not gonna be able to drop your fake Smash hype on everything to try and act excited. Couple months ago, I was watching someone on Twitch that had the hot take that reaction videos are fake content. And I was like, I disagree with that, but I also understand what you mean. Because a lot of reaction videos aren't legit. I think my reaction videos are, like, authentic. You're getting me there. I'm not putting on a show. You're just getting my reactions and my thoughts. But a lot of reaction videos aren't that. It's just people putting on an act.
Nice, huh?
They put on fake excitement before they even know what they're fucking looking at. Are you fucking kidding me? If that went in, I would have quit. That would have been it.
Nice, huh? Birdie.
And yeah, anyone who thought that the Bayonetta 3 trailer was anything other than a Platinum game is, like, kind of foolish. Because there were Platinum logos all over the fucking place, and a wonderful 101 reference front and center in the first, like, 3 seconds of the trailer. That Xenoblade 3 was a baseless rumor. I mean, they've got to be working on something, right? Game companies are like, or studios are like, they're always working on something. So it's reasonable to believe that they're working on a third game. If they've never said anything about it. Because what else are they gonna do? That's too hard. Eh. I think Fire Emblem fans are just annoyed by triangle strategy. Why?
Ping shot. Birdie.
I mean, yeah, you can be annoyed that the title is fucking idiotic. Sure. But it's not like it's the same developer. Other companies are allowed to make tactical strategy games. I mean, I understand that Fire Emblem fans want to see what's next. Like, I get it. So do I, but it's like... it's coming. Like I said, Fire Emblem's a successful franchise. I would argue it's one of Nintendo's, like, big five right now. Another game is coming. They're not just going to never make another Fire Emblem game, so, like, give it time. We'll see something sooner or later.
Ready?
What they should be doing is saying that there's an Advance Wars remaster coming out and fucking getting that and playing it. That's what they should be doing. Not saying it's the exact same thing, but, you know. I don't know if Moderately Sane can be the new Have You Played the Messenger. I don't think anything could ever top Have You Played the Messenger. That's a good one. Hey guy, how's it going? We off Mossel. Hope it's going good. It's alright so far. I actually like this course more than I thought I would. The first course beat my fucking ass, so we're gonna have to try that one again after this, but... I think... I don't like that plan. We're gonna go over here instead. I don't like this plan either, but I'm gonna take the safe route. I want to keep my lead. Hey, Flapper, how's it going? Yeah, I was watching somebody play WarioWare recently, and I saw Intelligent Systems on the title screen, and I was like, I didn't know they made those games. Maybe they don't. Maybe this was the first one they made. I have no idea. I didn't know they made those though. So yeah, they've been busy. Now, granted, they probably have more than one studio. I would probably guarantee that they are working on the next Fire Emblem right now. So it's like, it's really just nothing to worry about. I think people just need to get broader interests so that they don't laser focus on one thing, and when that one thing isn't released, they lose their goddamn minds. Fuck these trees, though. The trees on these courses are nasty. Not a fan of that. But on the other hand, it's teaching me to actually use my shot shaping a little bit more, which is probably a good thing.
Nice, huh?
Hey, Thunderbird, how's it going, by the way? Ooh, that's unfortunate. Something is shit, the whole world talks about the shit, then they polish the turd and spray it with perfume. Yeah, low-key, I think people, like, would rather, like, in our current social climate, I think people would rather see something bad than something good, so that they have something to complain about. Which has bled into people just complaining about things that are good, which is frustrating to watch. That's unfortunate. That's also unfortunate. You hate to see it. Oh.
Nice, huh?
Oh, no. Oh no. Form of primate, don't forget that. Yeah. Deep down, some of us just never evolved past the desire to screech and throw shit at things. Oh, they've been doing it since the second one?
Nice shot.
I probably just never paid attention to stuff like that until, like, 10 years ago. WarioWare actually looks pretty good, from what I've been watching of it. I don't know if I'm interested in picking it up, but it looks not bad. Looks like it has a surprising amount of depth to it.
Nice.
Would you take that opportunity? I think I'd pass on that. I think I'd be like, that's okay. I don't feel the need to. Oh, I didn't think it was gonna make it, dude.
Birdie.
I don't really care for this. Just gotta believe, baby. You just gotta believe.
Nice birdie.
I do not know anything about primates of any kind, so including people. I don't know anything about people either. So I'm the wrong person to ask. Hi, kitty. It's unfortunate.
Birdie.
I don't know. I'd recommend to anyone who, like, first of all, if you watch a direct and your first thought is I'm gonna get on social media and complain about this, I'd recommend two things. One, if you're watching it just to complain about it, don't fucking watch it. Go do something else with your time. Like, seriously. If you, like, even if you're thinking, like, even if you're, like, a streamer and you're like, I'm gonna watch it and complain about it because it's gonna be funny, go do something else with your time. Just stop putting negativity into the world. And, two, try and look at things the way I've been trying to look at things, where it's just, look at it from the perspective of, like, well, someone's excited about this, and that's cool. Like, that's not for me, but that's okay. Not everything has to be for me. I think that's a problem that, like, I think the entitled gamer has become a thing over the last, like, decade. Maybe not even necessarily a decade. Where, like, people think everything has to be for them. And if it's not for them, they're just like, well, this game shouldn't even exist. It's like, just... It's fine, dude. Like... It's fine, you don't have to like every game. And you can be happy that other people do like the game. Like, it's fine. Pretty much the entire... I think I said this already. Pretty much, I'm gonna play as Ninja again. He served me well. I think pretty much the entire cast is, like, I'm very cautiously optimistic about them. Like, I'm choosing to trust that the actors will make it work. First of all, I think all of them are, like, nerdy to some extent, so I think they respect the source material, and they're not just gonna, like, phone it in. which is good. Seth Rogen had a part in fucking Console Wars, for fuck's sake. So, like, I think he's very passionate about it. I also like him as a voice actor. He fucking killed it as Pumbaa. Like, he just, like, that was, like, the best part of the movie. So, yeah, I don't know. Also, it's probably gonna be a small part. He's probably not gonna be a major character in the movie, if I had to guess. It's gonna be, like, a backstory part. I think my biggest hesitation...
Ready?
...is Chris Pratt trying to do an Italian accent. I think that's, like, my biggest concern. I think it's that, and worrying that they're gonna have Bowser say skadoosh. I think those are my concerns. I think the most perfect casting there is Charlie Day as Luigi, though. I think that's, like, completely perfect. I don't think I could have picked a better actor for that. It's funny because it's not who I would have thought of if you asked me 3 weeks ago who would you cast as Luigi, but, like, when I saw it, I was like, oh, yeah. That's it. You got it. And really, it's like, who even cares about the movie? Give me the spin-off. Give me the Luigi's Mansion spin-off that's just Charlie Day in a haunted mansion. Just give it to me, dude. Just give it to me. Just skip the Mario movie. Who fucking cares? Just give us the Luigi movie. Just do it. You know what we want. That's a beautiful shot, by the way. Now you just get the tee off again. Yeah, that's possible. They might go with more of the Brooklyn accent. I mentioned that to Eno, that like if the movie has like a Mario Brothers Super Show kind of feel to it, then I think this is going to be totally fine. And that's the thing. We need to see like still images of the movie, of the characters, see what they look like. I bet they're going to be pretty westernized. I don't think they're going to be these on-model characters that we're used to seeing in the games. Which is what is jarring to people right now, I think, is they're trying to imagine video game Bowser. They're trying to imagine what if you got to Bowser in Mario Odyssey and Jack Black came out of him. And that's the part where it's like, that doesn't feel right. I don't think that's what it's gonna be, though. That's the thing. Also, how sad is it that, I thought of this earlier while I was getting ready for the stream. Given Illumination's tendency to not only make sequels, but spin-offs, how sad is it that there is now a greater chance of Waluigi having a starring role in a movie than he does of having a starring role in a video game? Just gonna put that out there for people to process. Also, who would play Waluigi? That's worth talking about. I've already decided, I think, extended cast. Kristen Bell as Daisy. I know it's memey, but it's also perfect. You gotta have Danny DeVito as Wario. You gotta. And, I don't know, Willem Dafoe as Waluigi? Maybe. Maybe. Just off the top of my head. Excuse me? Did I hit brush? Okay. At least they didn't cast the entire movie with Adam Sandler and his friends. They could have done that. And then we'd have CeeLo Green as Bowser, and David Spade as Luigi, and what kind of world would that be? Yeah, that's what I keep trying to tell myself, Mike. Everybody thought Ryan Reynolds' Pikachu was going to be fucking awful, and it was actually really good. And nobody thought Jim Carrey was going to be good as Eggman, and that was really good, too.
Nice shot.
So yeah, I'm up for being pleasantly surprised. Even look at Marvel casting. There's been a lot of stuff in the Marvel movies where people are like, man, you cast him? I can't think of any off the top of my head, but even Chris Pratt, when he was chosen as Star-Lord, a lot of people were like, you mean the fat guy from Parks and Recreations? Like, what? Which, in this case, I think it's best to remember that. We shouldn't be thinking of, they got fucking Peter Quill, Star-Lord, to play Mario. We should be thinking they got the fat guy from Parks and Recreations to play Mario. That's what we... And Emmett from the Lego Movie. And the brother from Onward. And if you haven't seen Onward, go fucking watch it, 'cause it's really good. If you just desperately need to see Chris Pratt in something other than the Marvel movies, then yeah, that's probably why you don't like just, I guess it's a bit of a hot take. I think most people who think Chris Pratt is bad casting, I think either they're letting the politics get involved, which you shouldn't be doing.
Not dipping.
Or they only know him as Star-Lord, and they're like, that's not Mario.
Nice par. Birdie.
Yeah, that was like a turnaround moment for Robert Downey Jr., for sure.
Nice birdie. Birdie. Nice birdie.
I mean, to a lot of people, politics and religion are the same thing these days. But yeah, I think that's why a lot of people don't like him. And it's like, especially when it comes to religion, that's his personal life, dude. Like, unless the religion he's in is like a fucking cult that believes everyone should die, then
Ready?
who cares? Like, who cares? Like, as long as he's not insane, right? So yeah, I think a lot of people don't like it because of that. I think a lot of people don't like it because they just see Star-Lord / whatever his character's name was in Jurassic World. And that's just, like, not a fit. I think if you'd watch, like, Parks and Recreation's Lego Movie Onward, you'd probably see a different side of him, and you'd probably be like, oh, this could work. At that point, your concern is, what's the accent gonna be like? I think Jack Black is similar. I think a lot of people tend to have a very poor opinion of Jack Black, and I'm not sure why. I don't think I've ever seen him in a movie where I, like, disliked him. Like, I think most movies I've seen him in, I'm like, yeah, he's good.
Nice shot.
He's funny. I think he has a lot of, like, personable charm. I don't know if I like this plan, but I think it's my best plan. But yeah, overall, I guess my biggest point is basically what Mike said. I think we as moviegoers have a habit of looking at casting choices and saying that's never gonna work, and then we watch the movie when it comes out and we're like, oh, this actually works really well. So yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic. I wouldn't say I'm excited about the movie. If anything, my biggest excitement is that I really like that they're highlighting, like, the backstory. They're not only including, like, the Donkey Kong backstory, but the Wrecking Crew backstory, which is, like, really cool. I feel like Nintendo often just wants you to forget that those games exist. And it's just, there's only Mario 1, which is kind of... I like the... As ridiculous as it might sound, I like the deeper lore of the Mushroom Kingdom, despite the fact that Nintendo doesn't want you to like the deeper lore of the Mushroom Kingdom. They just want you to take it at face value.
Nice shot.
He is hard to separate from his normal voice, so I will give you that. And yeah, Kung Fu Panda is, like... 2 especially. I actually just watched 1 and 2 while I was on vacation.
Nice.
Because they're about to leave Netflix, and I was like, sure, let's watch them. I haven't seen them in a while. 2 is fantastic. Kung Fu Panda 2 is, like, perhaps one of the, like, probably, like, one of my, like, top 5 animated movies of the last, like, 2 decades. That movie's really good. And yeah, I talked to Eno about this a bit already.
Nice.
One thing here is that a lot of the roles I'm citing as, like, these actors have done well in these roles, those roles were custom tailored for those actors. Poe as a character was created around the fact that Jack Black would be providing the voice. Barley, the brother in Onward, was created knowing that Chris Pratt would be providing this character's voice. Those characters were designed with those casting choices in mind. They were built to fit what that actor could bring to the part. And the Mario characters aren't that. The Mario characters have 30 years of history behind them, so it's a little bit more difficult to see. Like I said, I just see, instead of roaring, Bowser saying skadoosh, and I'm not really okay with that, but I also, I may be just choosing to trust that the actors, and mostly the actors, like I said, I feel like most of the actors are our age. They grew up with these games, and I feel like they are going to respect them as such. To a point, at least. Yeah, that's... I'd be curious to know, like, is that true? Like, was Miyamoto there for the auditions? Did he sign off and say, yes, this is it? Because if he did, then, like, I think we do have to just kind of believe him. Because this is the same guy that looked in on Wreck-It Ralph production and said that's not how Bowser would hold a teacup. Like, he's particular about that shit. So, if he signed off and said, yeah, these are the guys, then, like, okay. I think I trust him. That might be too hard. Oh, it's not hard enough? Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, Illumination's a little bit more difficult to trust. I'll give you that. But you can also see that Nintendo and Miyamoto are holding the reins a little bit tighter compared to, like, the Sonic movie that almost went completely off the rails because the studio was basically telling Sega to go fuck themselves and we'll do whatever we want. Which was nerve-wracking. When you had the actual, like, creator of... Actually, I don't know if the creator of Sonic was involved at all, but when you had people from Sega basically saying, this isn't it, it was concerning. So the fact that you can see that people at Nintendo are excited about it is, I think, a good sign. Yeah, I tend not to think very highly of DreamWorks movies, but Kung Fu Panda was pretty solid. 3 was kind of disappointing, which was sad because it had J.K. Simmons as the villain, and that I remember being super excited about that, but that movie was kind of underwhelming. But I think 1 is good, and I think 2 is fantastic. Perhaps one of DreamWorks' one of their best works.
Nice car. Double bogey.
When the fuck are we gonna get a confirmation on who's playing Tails, by the way?
Car.
Are we just assuming that they got Tails' actual voice actor for the movie? They did for the teaser at the end of the first movie, but I took that as we just need someone fast.
Ready?
It's kind of just fucked up that, like, when they announced they were making Sonic 2, the whole thing was, oh, yeah, fucking Tails is gonna be in it, dude. And
Nice shot.
they announced Knuckles' voice actor first. It's Sonic 2, not Sonic 3. Like, what? Also, when are they just gonna rename the movie to Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and Knuckles? Because they have to, right? Like, they have to. That might be too hard.
Nice shot.
Also, hey Scarlet. I was sad to see that you got there right at the end yesterday, and we didn't get to talk much. And yeah, I mentioned earlier that, like, if the movie has some, like, Mario Super Show vibings to it, then I think that the cast will be just fine.
Nice on.
And yeah, I don't know, Ninji's, nipple buttons are a little peculiar. Has he always had those? They're a little strange. I don't think I knew that was a thing the character had.
Nice shot.
Not that I'm super familiar with that character, but... He's only been in, like, 4 games.
Nice.
I didn't know that.
Birdie.
Yeah, he did have, like, a Brooklyn accent in that clip he put out. Yeah, Mario 2, Mario World. Everything else is spin-offs, basically. Oh, he's in Hotel Mario, though, so you know what? That's like, what else do you need? He was in Hotel Mario, and he was in the only Mario game that ever exists, Super Mario Maker 2, so... Yeah, what else do you need from life, really? So, Scarlet, Castlevania Collection. Did you know that they were doing that? Because that had been leaked. Like... It was one of those leaks where, like, rating companies were putting out ratings in, like, different countries. And there were, like, 4 of them, so it was kind of, like, undeniable. It was just a matter of Konami announcing it. Did you buy it already, or are you playing the hell out of them? I would assume you've played all 4 of them. I have not played any of them, and I know that they're of the style of Castlevania that I like, so I'm looking forward to picking them up. It's only $20 too. It's not bad. I couldn't remember if I mentioned one of the leaks when they first happened to you. I think, like, the first leak was like, well, you know, that could be nothing. But then when, like, the third company was like, it's been rated for Australia now, it's like, oh, okay, I think, it's getting a little harder to deny. This course beats my ass. I'm not doing well. Oh, we're only on hole 3. I have time to turn it around, maybe.
Nice par.
Yeah, I'm all for handheld games in particular getting collection releases. For that reason. First of all, not only can streamers play them more easily, but second of all, people still have this really weird, like, handheld stigma, where they're just like, oh, it's a handheld game? That's not, like, a real game. So, they just skip them. That's why I constantly say that stuff like Game Boy and Game Boy Advance would be better to put on Switch Online, because there's probably a lot of games people have never played. Because they're just like, handheld games? No. I was talking to a friend about that, because we were talking about, like, how consistent Kirby is as a franchise. Because he was saying that, like, Star Allies was such a big project that he wasn't expecting to see another Kirby game anytime soon. And I was like, yeah, but, like, Kirby only ever lays dormant for, like, a year before another game comes out. Like, they're pretty consistent with those things. They hammer those out. And it doesn't feel like it because of the fact that between Kirby 64 and Return to Dreamland, that was 11 years without a console release. Like, all of the games were handheld in that amount of time. And a lot of people just see handheld games and they're just like, oh, no. That's not a real entry. Which is really weird to me. I kind of don't get that. But like, now they were still a Kirby game, like, every year. There was, like, 3 years that didn't have any Kirby games released. It's a very consistent franchise. It's a very strong franchise for Nintendo. I wouldn't necessarily say it's one of their, like, top 5, but, like, it does good work for them. I don't think I wanted a top spin there. That might have been a mistake. Also, I think that tornado is gonna fuck me up a little bit. This sucks. I hate it. You thought it was Xenoblade? Yeah, of course. Of course you did. What are you doing, kitty? You want out? I was pretty sure it was Splatoon. But I think most people thought it was Splatoon. It looked very Splatoon-y. I wasn't really expecting a Kirby game, but, like, I wasn't that surprised. Like, I was excited, but I was like, I'm not surprised. They put out a new Kirby game every, like, 2 or 3 years. Like, they just hammer those things out. And the amazing thing to me is, despite the fact that they make them as frequently as they do, the quality level is typically very good. Like, what was the last Kirby game that came out that, like, people were like, this is bad? Like, for the most part, they're just considered, like, good, inoffensive games, right? You went out.
Nice shot.
What you doing? I should probably take a break after this round, actually. Do you want out anyway? Yeah, I was really surprised that we didn't get Game Boy Online, but Genesis was a neat surprise. So I might I might try to coordinate with a friend to do Gunstar Heroes online when that comes out. What else did they have on there? Mean Bean Machine was on there, which is pretty fucking cool.
Nice on.
Oh, did they accidentally leak it earlier in the day? See, I completely media blackout, like, the whole day. I mean, I was asleep most of the day, but still, I was like... I didn't look at anything. Went to sleep at, like, 11 or so. And then I just, like, I had the page queued up and everything, so I could just wake up, hit play. Hit record, and then hit play. Mostly because of stuff like that. Because usually there's, like, at least one or two things leaked earlier on in the day. This is gonna suck. Driving's not gonna work. We're gonna need more height than that. That'll do. That'll do.
Nice on. Nice approach.
Yeah, I do still think... I guess I'm trying to avoid getting too excited about N64 and Genesis because of the fact that price is still, like, a major point there. I talked about this a bit during the reaction, but... And I don't think my opinion on this is going to change.
Nice.
I think... So, Switch Online is $20 for a year, right? Which I think is very reasonable. As someone who plays a lot of Nintendo games and plays a lot of them online, I think that's just very reasonable. If they raise it to $30, I think that's still very reasonable. Especially because I think N64 Online in particular is going to have a lot of mileage. I think playing a lot of those games online, especially as a streamer and playing them with viewers, I think there's a lot of mileage available there. So I think that's completely reasonable. If they have the balls to raise it up to, like, 40 or 50, especially 50, I'm gonna be like, hell no. You guys are fucking crazy. 40 is, like... maybe. That's still, like, not great. In a perfect world, it'll only be, like, 25, but I'm fairly certain it's gonna be 30. And I think that's fine. I have no issues with that. Now, that's partially a lie, and I think we talked about this last week. I think it was during golf too. Because there was speculation that they might do exactly that. That they might add N64 to Switch Online and make it like a premium subscription cost. Sorry, she wanted it out. So I think I brought that up on Friday. It might have been on Thursday that we talked about it. I don't really remember. But, crap.
Nice car.
I got up to let her out and I lost my train of thought. 30 total.
Ready?
If it was 40 plus, I'd need them to release games at the same frequency as Wii Virtual Console, not this slow trickle of obscure third-party garbage once every 6 months. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be important. They need to be more... I'm Honestly, I think they need to actually pay more attention to what people want in that regard. Like, why isn't Earthbound on Super Nintendo Online yet? That's completely insane. People have been wanting that for, like, a full fucking year, if not longer. That's completely bonkers that that hasn't been added yet. I think they need to pay more attention to stuff like that if people want to feel like they're getting a little bit more out of it. But yeah, I think 30 would be perfectly. I think that's perfectly reasonable. If you're gonna use it, that's the thing. I've talked about this a lot too. Like, I think Switch Online in particular. Oh, I remember what I was thinking about. Okay, let me finish this thought first. I think Switch Online in particular has seen a lot of hate because I don't know, because it's fucking Nintendo. Nintendo has that Disney effect where people just want to complain. I think. They just want to see bad things happen to the company. Like, people just don't like to see successful things, I guess. So I think people just complain about Switch Online a lot just for that reason. But, so I think I said during the reaction that just hearing that the price is good, even if it only goes up by $5, people are still gonna bitch. But here's the thing. It's geared towards a very specific audience. It's geared towards people who play games online and have an interest in playing those old retro games. If you don't play any games online and you don't have an interest in playing those retro games, that's fine. I think... I don't know if I want to say this is Sony and Microsoft's fault, necessarily. But I feel like it's become this thing where people think it's mandatory to have online play. Like, you just have to buy online play for your console. And it's like, and I guess that's why people are upset about it, because they're like, it needs to feel worth it. But, which is fine, but like, if they're not providing things that are interesting to you, it's okay to just not get the online service, right? Like, if the only thing you do is play Mario Odyssey, then clearly you don't... And Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild, then clearly you don't need to get the online service. There's no reason to do it. If the only thing you play is Splatoon, then you're gonna need the online service, and you're probably gonna think it's a steal because you use it every single fucking day, right? And that's fine. And it's weird to me that it became this, like, debate of, like, people thinking it's worth it and trying to convince other people that it's worth it, and people thinking it's not worth it and trying to convince other people that it's not worth it. It's like, it just appeals to different people in different ways. It's that simple. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing either. Like, anyway. Where I was going with this earlier before I stepped up to let the cat out. My own let me take my shot first. Let me take my fucking shot first. How about that? I think my own...
Nice shot.
I should have hit that way harder. Ah, well, that'll do. You gotta believe, baby.
Nice on.
I am still very on... I'm thankful that Nintendo's online is affordable, and it does enough that I think it feels fine. Like, I'm content with it. I'm not trying to say that everyone should be content with it. I'm just saying I'm content with it. Don't get it twisted. However, there is still that part of me that thinks it's complete and total bullshit that if you play games on PC, you don't have to pay extra to play online. But on console, you do. How did that become a standard? I think that's just bullshit. To a point, I think it makes sense if it's the exclusive titles. It makes sense for, like, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, Daisy. Okay. I think it makes sense for, like, Splatoon 2, right? Because you paying Nintendo to play their games online, that's the money they use to make the servers better, that's the money they use to continue making content for the games. That makes sense. That makes sense. But
Nice. Birdie.
we're paying Nintendo to play Monster Hunter Rise online, right? But what happens when Monster Hunter Rise comes out on PC? You don't have to pay Nintendo to play it online. You don't have to pay anyone to play it online. You can just play it online for free because you own internet access. You don't own internet access. You pay for whatever. You get what I'm saying. So why is it that on console you have to pay this premium to play games online? The very concept of that is just complete nonsensical bullshit, in my opinion. Diablo 2 just came out. If you buy Diablo 2 on PC, you can just play it online at no extra cost. If you buy it on console, you gotta pay extra. Why? They're the same servers, aren't they? That's probably the catch, is that they probably use, in this case, Nintendo's servers. But what about games that are cross-play? I would assume that those use their own servers. So why are we paying Nintendo to play Diablo 2 online when they're probably using Blizzard's servers? That's the part I take a big issue with. That the financial model of that just doesn't make any goddamn sense. And also, if we're paying Switch Online to help them fund creating updates for games like this, then why is Smash DLC still an extra cost? That's the sort of stuff that I still take issue with. But, like, to be fair, that's an issue I have with all of the platforms. And I think that's why they have to offer stuff like the retro games, because they have to... They probably have to realize that, especially as a company that gave us free online play for the entire lifespan of the Wii and the 3DS and the Wii U, and for, what, a year of the Switch, they probably realized that making us pay for online play is kind of bullshit to begin with, which is why they avoided doing it for so long. So I do still have an issue with it to that regard. I'm still kind of like, what the fuck is this nonsense? It's still a compelling look at Marvel's Avengers. I'm having fun playing that game. I don't play it as much as I could because I have it on PS4 and I have to pay extra to play it online. I could actually buy it on PC, like, on sale, and then just play it online whenever the fuck I want. Unrestricted. How does that make any goddamn sense? Like, that's a pretty compelling reason to buy games on PC instead. So, like, yeah, that I still have an issue with. I do think that, yeah, a lot of consumers probably don't even question it. And I think that's... This is... complete hypothetical. I'm not speaking on any, like, factual evidence here whatsoever. I'm gonna shoot over to this green, I think I like this plan. This is just me, like, concocting hypotheticals off the top of my head. I would assume it's something that was concocted by the Call of Duty era, honestly. When Call of Duty was, like, in its heyday on PS3 and Xbox 360, and they realized that they could start charging people to play these games online, and that audience didn't even hesitate. They were like, yeah, we'll pay it. And then they just kept charging their players because they were like, well, this audience isn't asking any questions. They're just giving us money. So why would we stop taking their money, right? When they're more than eager to, oh god, you can't do that. when they're more than eager to not only buy a new $60 game every year, but pay to play online. Like, so why would they stop? And to be fair, I can't really hold that against them, I guess. Where the fuck am I supposed to shoot here? Dude, this course sucks. This course is hard. I don't like this course. I think we're gonna have to go this way.
Nice shot.
Just the fucking trees. Like, there's just so many obstacles. I want to say this might be the hardest course they've put in this game so far. Like, this one's tough. Yeah, as soon as I took, as soon as I jumped out of the map, I was like, oh, that's not gonna work. You don't think people are stupid is a good excuse for taking advantage of them? You're not a fucking multi-billionaire corporation owner. And I mean this as a compliment. You wouldn't make a very good one on that note. Because yes, I agree. I don't think that is a good reason for taking advantage of them. Guess what? Bobby Kotick thinks it's a good fucking reason to take advantage of them. That's what it comes down to. Oh, this sucks. So yeah, I don't know. I disagree with paid online service at face value. I guess it's better than them doing subscription fees for their games, though. Like, individual games, that would be worse. If they were like, well, we're just gonna charge $10 a month to play Splatoon 2 online. Like, a game that you can only play online, then that would be worse, I think. At least their $20 a year is like fucking... That's nothing, dude. That's just nothing. Unless you're a kid that, like, doesn't have an income, then you might think that's a lot of money, but, like, to adults, that's nothing. $20 is fucking nothing. When I went to pick up my glasses, I almost paid more than that at McDonald's on the way home. Like, $20 is nothing. And that's for a full year of online play. And how many hours did I just get out of Super Mario Super Picross? Like, 37, was it? Like... I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to say it's worth it to everybody. If you don't give a fuck about NES, Super NES, N64, Genesis games, and you don't play online games, it clearly has nothing for you, and that's totally fine. If you're like, nah, it's just not worth it to me, then it's just not worth it. It's not meant to be worth it for everybody. That's the thing. They're not trying to create a platform where if you don't play online games that you should still feel that you're obligated to get it. But on the basic principle of things, I do think paying to play games online on console is like kind of bullshit when that's not a thing on PC whatsoever. It's not like Nintendo's providing internet to us or something like that. Which would be pretty fucking epic, honestly. But... Because imagine being able to, like, play on your Switch online anywhere you go. That'd be pretty fucking wild. And then it's like, okay, if you're gonna charge, like, $100 a year, you kind of have a good fucking reason to do so, because you're providing a service at that point. But otherwise, it's like, so I have to pay for the internet and to play online? But on PC, I don't. For sometimes the same games. Yeah, and basic principle, I disagree with it. But at least they're not banging us like $60 a year.
Nice shot.
I think my overall point is just that the service being worth it is subjective. And it's like, there's probably a lot of people that would look at the fact that I don't buy PlayStation Plus and be like, how could you not get PlayStation Plus? They give you like 2 free games a month, dude. It's like, yeah, but the games like 80% of the time aren't games I give a fuck about. It's just, it doesn't feel worth it to me. Like, if it feels worth it to you, that's fine. But most of the time when they reveal the games for the month on PlayStation Plus, I'm like, I don't give a fuck about those. And not only do I have to give a fuck about them, but you still have to have an active account to be able to play them. You can't just play them whenever the fuck you want. So you're basically paying a subscription fee to play those games. And if that's not your number one console, it's probably not going to feel worth it to you. As it doesn't to me. But then on the other hand, I play Mario Golf online with viewers once a fucking week. So... yeah, kind of feels worth it. But yes, I hope that N64 doesn't launch and then it takes them 9 months to add Banjo-Kazooie or something like that. That would suck. I do think it would be a pretty good idea if they started doing, like, okay, when the service first launches, we're going to add games like, what was it, once a month at first? And then eventually we're going to dial it back and just do it every once in a while. I think that would be fine.
Nice approach.
Yeah, for an adult, 60 a year isn't too crazy either, if you're getting good use out of it. Like, you with Game Pass Ultimate is a pretty good example. You're getting a lot of use out of that. Whereas I've been doing it on a monthly basis because, like, if I still had it right now, I haven't touched... I've had no desire to touch it over the past couple months. I've had other games that I've been... Is it raining? Is it raining? First of all, is it raining? Second of all, did they add a rain effect to the green so it's easier to tell when it's raining? Because that's, like, fucking really good. Like, thank you for making it easier to tell when it's raining. That's brilliant. 10 out of 10. The game's only had 2 updates, but best update. It was probably raining this whole time and I just never noticed, because now I just see it hitting the green and I'm like, oh. That's so much more obvious now. I kind of fucking love it.
Nice car.
But yeah, it's we've talked about it before. Like, even $60 for a game sometimes is, like, honestly not that crazy.
Birdie.
It's kind of funny. We just talked about it like last week. But for those that you don't know, I don't drive, so I'm forced to ask questions like this because I don't know. How much does it cost to, like, fill up your tank? Like, what, once a week? You probably fill up your tank. How much does that cost?
Bogey.
Anyone that, like, stops at McDonald's every day on their way to work, how much does that cost you a week? Just a week. Is it what? 4 under? To do some math here in a second. Okay, let's back out to the lobby. I want to add up all those scores. Blue, by the way, I never said hello when you popped in. If you're still there, you're welcome to join if you'd like to. I also want to catch up on chat, because I feel like I haven't been doing a good job of that. Yeah, if you stop to eat every day to work, how much does that cost you on a weekly basis? If you smoke, how much does that cost you on a weekly basis? If you go to the bar for a drink every weekend with coworkers, how much does that cost you? Do you have any idea how expensive alcohol is? Like, realistically, $60 for a game is not that crazy. But I also think that Sony and Microsoft trying to boost game prices up to, like, 70 is like, no, stop. I think that gaming pricing just needs to be more aware, is the thing. Because I think there's, like, a little bit of an... And I guess this is, like, kind of subjective, because different people are going to get different hours out of different games, so you can't really, like, price a game on how long it is. I just think that some games should be a little bit more aware that they're, like... It seems weird that games that you can get 300 hours out of are $60, and then games that you can beat in 5 hours are $60. Like, that just seems strange. But I guess how do they gauge that is the problem. Oh, I thought Microsoft was doing it too. Or did they back down? Which would be reasonable. That's honestly, like I've mentioned lately, about how I'm starting to reach a point of being ready to pick up a PS5, but that's still one of the hurdles for me, is that I'm like, yeah, but the games are $70. Which is kind of insane. So the more games I want on PS5, and make it easier to justify wanting to get a PS5, the more money I'm going to have to spend on the games, which is like kind of why I think that like 1 or 2 games is enough to justify the purchase, because you don't want to have a list of like 12 games on PS5 that you want to buy, because that's more than the console, I'm pretty sure. Spend about $50 a week on gas and you have a 1-hour commute. Yeah. Everything else is MasterCard. Yeah, like, I guess my greater point is maybe that games should acknowledge when they're maybe not necessarily worth the $60 price point and do something to, like, fix that. Not necessarily drop the price, but do something to be like, we need to add more meat to this game. I think Metroid Dread's a good example of this, because it's an example I've used a lot lately. I think that game should have, like, a built-in, like, speedrun mode that, like, turns off all the cutscenes, or, like, a built-in randomizer mode or something. Because, let's face it, Metroidvanias are kind of on the short side, and I think that's for a good reason, because I think if a Metroidvania would last for, like, 40 hours, I think most people would think that it's overstaying its welcome. So you don't want it to be too long. But on the other hand, how long could Metroid Dread really be? We're probably expecting like a 10-hour game, right? It's 2 streams, and it's a $60 game. Compare it to games like this that was... Now, again, it's subjective, because people are going to get different mileage out of different games, but compare it to a game like this that's 60, and I think I have over 200 hours played on this. Yeah, and that's another that's a good point that you bring up, Mike, is that whole concept of adding extra meat and content is dangerous, because then they might just make it arbitrarily grindy just to make it last longer. Bravely Default's a good example of that. Like, as much as I enjoyed that game, it was like too long. It didn't know what restraint was. It didn't know when enough was enough. They were just like, we gotta have more. We have to be as long as Persona 5. And it's like... Yes, you want to give your player enough to do, but you don't want to make it all mandatory. That's the problem. I think what I'm getting at is that games should strive to be a better value. Not necessarily lower their prices, but be a better value. Have more bang for your buck. Alright, let me add up scores really quick. Wait, is that right? Keeping score off to the side for this concept of if you're in first, you basically only get like 50% score gain.
see how that balances out. Damn, Theo back up to fucking 22 under. Came a long way since last week. Didn't you start at like 4 over or something? I think I overall like the concept of like keeping score like this on a monthly basis. By the way, since you're all here, how would you feel about doing more Mario Golf tomorrow? Because since I took that extra day off, we were supposed to come back, start streaming again yesterday, and then I decided like at the pretty last minute to be like, nah, I want one more day. And then I started thinking, well, maybe I'll stream another day on Saturday to make up for it. And, my initial thought there was Mega Man X Dive, but I don't have enough to do in Mega Man X Dive. I don't think I'd be able to fill a full stream. And then I was like, well, if they shadow drop Game Boy Online during the Direct, then I can just do that on Saturday, but then they didn't do that. So I was like, hey, maybe we'll just do a second golf. We have 2 new courses. By the end of tonight, I probably won't feel like I'm good at them yet, especially since the desert one is beating my ass. So yeah, maybe we'll do a second golf tomorrow. Anyway, what was I saying before that? My mind's all over the place. Yeah, I like the concept of keeping score on a monthly basis like this, just to give us some sort of continuity. But my concern is like the landslide nature of it. I feel like it's been fairly easy. My score just keeps going up, right? And I feel like if anyone does consistently bad, that they're going to have it in the opposite direction, where it's just their score is going to keep going down and it's going to be harder to recover. So my thought earlier, I think Theo was the only one here when I mentioned it. My thought was that if you're in first, you'll only get 50% of your score when you score under. So, like, I'm in first. If I score 6 under on a course, I'll only get 3 under. If I score 2 over, it'll still be 2 over. And then the opposite will be true if you are scoring over. Maybe not necessarily last place, but if you're scoring over. So, Blue, I hate to single you out, but since you're 7 over at the moment, any match you play, if you go 3 under, you'll still get 3 under. But if you go 4 over, then you'll only get 2 over for that round. Just to help prevent it from completely landsliding to the point where you like can't ever recover from it. I'm gonna try and keep those scores off to the side tonight, and we'll see how it feels. Last week we did the thing of I added birdie to all of the pars. So if we did 6 holes, whoever's in first automatically had +6, and they had to like work their way out of that. That was far too punishing. I lost like 30 points last week. I didn't like how it was feeling. It was far too potent. So I thought up this new idea. We'll play around with that a little bit more tonight and see how that works out. Anyway, back on the length thing. Yeah, I expect Dread to be about the same length as the 3DS one. Maybe a little bit longer, because they're not restricted to it being a remake. So they might have a little bit more, like, breathing room. But yeah, I'd like to see, like, you know, multiple difficulties. Some sort of, like, I think, like, a randomizer mode would be, like, really ideal. I think that'd be really cool if it just had a randomizer mode built into the game. And then you could just play it like a roguelike. Maybe even have like a toggleable instant like permadeath. So like or like a live count. So you could challenge yourself to be like, I'm gonna do it in 3 lives, or I'm gonna do it in 1 life. I think stuff like that would add like a lot of replayability to a game like that. Oh, you have to be up early too, Blue? Yeah, I think we'll do more golf tomorrow. I think what I'll do is... we'll put in an extra stream tomorrow and play some more golf. Sunday we'll finish up Sonic Colors. Monday we'll get back to Fire Emblem. I think I'll take Tuesday off instead of Wednesday. I haven't really, like, actually announced this yet, but it's looking, like, pretty likely that we're going to do this now. On Wednesday is my next race night with Twain. When we started race nights, I always thought it was ridiculous. Well, maybe not ridiculous. I never really liked the idea that of both of us streaming the same content to 2 different channels. I never really liked that idea. It always seemed kind of silly. It felt like we might be splitting the viewer base. It didn't feel that right. But he moved race nights to Twitch, which now has me thinking, and he agreed, that maybe now I should be streaming it from my side, because then those of you who don't want to go to Twitch to watch it, you can still watch it here. So my plan is that we're going to do that on Wednesday. So that will be a stream night. We won't start until much later, because we typically don't start race nights until almost midnight. So it'll be much later, but it'll be here for those of you that want to watch it, but you like really don't want to go to Twitch. Yeah, I think I got the layout ready for that while I was on break, so I think we're gonna go ahead with that, and we'll see how it works out. I don't know what Thursday is. Friday will clearly be more golf. Thursday we might go ahead and get started on Halloween stuff, maybe. I think everything's ready. I haven't announced too much of it yet, but I think everything's ready to go, so I have thumbnails made and everything. We're pretty much ready to jump in, I think. So maybe we'll do that. Either that or it will be more Fire Emblem. But yeah, anyway, the short version of that is I think we will do more golf tomorrow. First, we're about an hour overdue for a break, so I'm gonna hop up and do that really quick. I'm gonna grab a drink, stretch, all that good stuff, and then we'll sit back down. And Blue gets to see the new courses, which will be pretty fun. We just did the desert, so I guess we'll do this. We'll probably only do the new courses tonight, so we'll probably go do snow again. I haven't learned their names yet. Blustery Basin, I think, is the snow one. I forget the name of the desert. The too many tree hellscape. That's what I'm calling it. So yeah, we'll set back off as soon as we're back. So stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
I dislike, and this is ridiculous because I'm sure everybody deals with it, my old previous glasses were so old that I basically, like, grew into them, and they, like, fit so well that I didn't have to adjust them that much. And these are, like, constantly sliding down my nose, and it's really annoying. And I'm sure that's something that, like, everyone deals with. Everyone that wears glasses, that is. But something I haven't had to deal with in a very long time. Part of it is that my nose has been so fucking oily this summer. Although it's, like, in the 50s tonight. Summer is over. Summer is over. I'm gonna do another one with Koopa. Eno might want to try out Ninja if I had to guess. I think Theo and Blue are still pretty stuck on their characters, so. But we'll see if I do, but that'll give me doing one of each character on each of the new courses. Spiky Palms, that's what the new one's called. 6 holes, random. Oop, let's do it. I'm gonna assume you haven't checked any of this out yet, Blue. Oh, because I saw you ask on the Discord, Blue. Chris Pratt is playing Mario in the animated movie that's being made, is what that was about.
Ready?
Yeah, that was good.
Nice shot.
I'm really excited over some of the Halloween stuff we're gonna be playing, by the way. Like, to the point where I want to start announcing it, because I want to start talking about it. And being like, yo, we're gonna play insert game here. I'm really excited. Oh, you started playing the new characters, but not the new maps. Yeah, I thought about doing that last night. But I wound up just getting swept up in other stuff and not doing it. Ninja doesn't much look like a Mario enemy, if I'm being honest. He almost looks more like a Kirby enemy.
Nice shot.
I'm also hoping that more Mario 2 representation means that we might actually get Wart. That would be super cool. Especially because we need heavy characters now. All of the new characters we've had have been light, like super light in the past. I might have to adjust my lighting now. I'm noticing since these frames are thicker that they're causing some strange shadows. Oh, you thought it was Shy Guy? No. Not yet. I feel like it's still pretty likely that we'll see Shy Guy eventually, but... But like I said, like, all the characters that have been added so far are, like, smaller, faster characters. I want to see some, like, see a heavyweight and some, like, middleweights as well. Oh no, not again. Okay, I think I soared right over it. We're fine.
Nice on.
Which I do think, when I was making the, like, weeks and weeks and weeks ago, I think on one of these, on a Mario Golf stream, I was like, let's put together, like, a dream roster. If I had to pick like 16 characters to add to the game, who would it be? I think Ninja was on it, wasn't he? I think it was more of a like, why not kind of character though. It's unfortunate. I don't know where that shot even landed. What are those enemies called? Typhoons, I think they're called. Fuck those things. I guess I will bring up, and hopefully Scarlet's still poking around. The only Halloween one that I have announced was finally getting to the Castlevania collection. And now I think as long as we can get through that in a comfortable amount of time, and I have fun, I guess, I'll probably get the Game Boy Advance collection too, and do that as well. He's so spinny, dude. When can we get taunt buttons? I'm kidding, I don't think I actually want taunt buttons. That seems like something that, like, as soon as I imagine what life would be with a taunt button, I'm like, oh hell no. No thank you. Unless the taunts are performed by the cast of the movies, and then, then we can talk.
Birdie fuckers.
Which means all the enemies need casting too. Oh, I didn't think I was gonna make it.
Nice birdie.
What do we got? I'm thinking like, but like Scarlett Johansson is Boo. Terry Crews is Charge and Chuck. Like obviously, like come on.
Nice paw.
Who else could it possibly be?
Oh.
Play.
Nice paw.
We probably have to get like fucking what's her name, Zendaya in there somewhere. She can be like Bowser Jr. or some shit. I don't know.
Ready?
Star power. I didn't mean to say that she's annoying. Theo put those words in my mouth. But who would be annoying enough to play Bowser Jr.? Shia LaBeouf, probably. Like... Oh man, I know that there has to be something out there that I'm like, oh, this one would be perfect. Shia LaBeouf is pretty perfect.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Steve Carell.
I'm trying to think of like the characters that are already like currently in the
Nice
game.
song.
Pauline is tricky because right away I'm like, it has to be Angelina Jolie, but I don't really like Angelina Jolie. But look at her. Pauline is Angelina Jolie, right?
Nice shot. Nice song.
She's not. Look at her.
Nice song. Birdie.
I don't know about Rosalina. J-Lo's probably not up to much. That's probably accurate. Or, Elizabeth Olsen. She's awesome. She could probably pull it off. Pauline, that is. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of movies, so I feel like a lot of my casting would just be like, insert Marvel character here.
Birdie putt.
Ninji's gotta be like, he's got a bit of a Kenny thing going on. It's gotta be Mike Judge.
Birdie putt. Nice birdie.
I mentioned this to Eno, and I think like this is a good example of what I think is quote-unquote wrong with the Mario movie cast. Is it feels very...
Birdie putt.
It feels like a cast list someone came up with on Twitter as a meme, and they don't actually know anything about casting a movie. And they were just loading it with as much star power as they could. And it was just like, I like this actor, so we'll put them in there.
Ready?
You're gonna have to wait. Who would play Berta? That's tricky, right? How do casting characters like that even work? I mean that as a legitimate question. I don't mean that to be like sarcasm or satire. I mean that as like a legitimate, I don't know. Can like any gender play that character? Or like how does that work? What's offensive and what isn't offensive? I just don't know. See, I was trying to think of someone with a magnificent mustache to play King Babam. Someone who wouldn't even have to grow it out, even though we're talking voice acting. But... Which my first thought was Kenneth Branagh. Is that how you say his name? The guy that played Poirot in Murder on the Orient. That was a very King Babam mustache he had going on there. Mustaches aren't very in right now, so it's a tricky casting choice. That is unfortunate. But could have been worse. No, you know who should be Bowser Jr.? The lady that plays fucking Venti in Genshin Impact.
Nice shot.
I don't know her name, but that's it. That's Bowser Jr. That's it. Either that or Melissa McCarthy. She's kind of annoying, right? To be fair, I don't think I've seen any of her movies. just to be totally fair about that, I don't think I've actually watched a single movie she's in. I've only watched trailers, and I'm like, well, that's annoying. I don't like that. Can we talk about the real questionable casting decision in the Mario movie? Being Kevin Michael Richardson as Kamek? Like, excuse me? He's very, like... I mean, I love his voice, but he's a very, like... just... deep, dark, booming voice kind of character. As Kamek? Really? Like, huh? What? Isn't he the guy that plays, like, M. Bison or something like that? You're telling me that's Kamek. Like, what? That's the one that I'm really like, what the actual fuck? He's not even like, he's like a voice actor too. He's not like, that's not even a star power pick. That's a very peculiar one. Just had to be Keith David at that rate. Which would have also been strange, but at least it would have been Keith David. Oh, we really need to be able to, like, look around. That tree wasn't exactly shaped the way I thought it was. Damn, I actually can't find anything he's been in that I recognize him from. I think I might have just been totally wrong. Now I'm wondering who I'm mixing him up with. I should have super backspun. Dude, what the hell? Like, I recognize that that guy's name, but like, I can't find anything he's actually been in that I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I know him from. How strange. I mean, he was Grom in World of Warcraft, but I don't think that's what I'm thinking of. Dude, there has to be something that I'm like, oh, that's what I know him from. I mean, he's been in, like, roughly a zillion different cartoons, so... I keep having that moment of, shit, am I Ninja right now? I think he might be somebody that's just, like, I've seen in additional voices and a lot of different stuff. So I think I do have him mixed up with someone else. I can't even find anything as a reference of, like, oh yeah, that's what he sounds like. So I think I'm just, like, I was completely off on this one.
Double bogey.
That's unfortunate.
Nice par. Nice par.
He's in Beautiful Joe. Dude, that's a series that needs a collection re-release.
Nice par.
Oh, right, this one. I remember this one. I don't necessarily like this plan, but I think it's my only plan, so...
Nice shot.
Not in any world to be confused with OnlyFan. Is that the first OnlyFan joke I've made on this channel? I think it is. And I wouldn't say I'm sorry. Dude, he's been voice acting. This dude's been voice acting for like 25 years. Like, that's crazy. What a fucking career, dude. Like, it's wild. I'm now back at stuff that he was in that, like, when I was a kid. Yeah, I think he might just be a name that I recognize from, like, showing up in additional voices a lot. Okay, so now the question is, who the fuck plays M. Bison? Because that's who I thought this guy was. Gerald C. Rivers? I was way off. I don't even recognize that name.
Nice shot.
Who was, I don't think this... Who played Golbez in Dissidia? I'm not really liking my chances here, but we'll see what happens. It's not bad, actually.
Nice on.
Never heard of that guy. Okay, I'm clearly just nuts, and I'm having like Mandela effect with this guy's name, where I'm like, oh yeah, he played all these characters, and it's like, no, he didn't. Like, what? You're fucking with me, right? It's been too long since I've watched Avatar to be able to recognize any of the characters he played in that. Like, I saw that listed, but I was like, I don't think I recognize any of these characters.
Nice on.
Still, pretty sure he has a deeper voice, and that's not what I expect for Kamek. I expect something a little more screechy, even. Like,
Nice on.
Bobcat Goldthwait. Isn't he dead, though? He isn't. Dude, he should have been Kamek. There you go. You're welcome, Nintendo. I thought he passed away a couple years ago for some reason.
Birdie.
I mean, you should know. I've never watched the Cleveland show. Never even once. Never even had an interest. If somebody paid me to watch them, I'd refund their money. I'd be like, nah, that's okay. It's not a race thing. It's a Family Guy's garbage tier entertainment thing. Don't get it twisted.
Birdie.
And if anyone tries to say, oh, it's way better than Family Guy, yeah, because it's not Family Guy.
Nice
It's hard to do worse.
Birdie. Nice birdie. Nice par.
I do expect that Wario and Waluigi are going to be in the movie, by the way. That's probably what Charles Martinet is doing. He'll probably have some other cameos too, but I bet they're going to be like in the background at some point, and he's going to get a good couple of wahs. Then we can be like, eh, look at that. There they are.
Ready?
God, he would have made a good K-Mech too. Dude, some of the trees on this course suck too. Like, they're just very inconveniently placed. Again, I think that's kind of what they were going for. Because I feel like on the previous courses, you could mostly just avoid trees. And therefore, ever having to apply any curve to your shots was completely arbitrary. So I think with this, they were trying to be like, okay, let's actually force you to use the tools you have at your disposal. Now having multiple bars of spin will actually be like a really good thing. I can't really picture... What's his name? Who they cast as Toad? I can't really see that one either. It makes me wonder if Toad is going to be a character. And by that I mean... Is he voicing all of the Toads? Or is he voicing the Toad? Like the Mario 2 Toad, and he's like a primary character in the movie. Like I said, we need a lot more context in that movie. I feel like it still could potentially be actually quite good, depending on the direction they take. It's unfortunate. These fucking trees, dude. You hate to see it. Yeah, like, what was he in? He was the one of the hyenas in Lion King, wasn't he? So, you know what? I don't think I actually know who he is. I think I had him mixed up with someone else as well. So I will, I'll withhold judgment on that one. I think the only of these movies I've actually seen him in, other than The Lion King, and... You know, I only watched that movie, like, once. Perhaps obviously the remake? Oh no, he was that character in Toy Story 4, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I don't know, I guess a lot of issues with a lot of the casting is, like, I'm not familiar with the range that a lot of these actors have. I only know them as, like, 1 or 2 roles. And in a lot of cases, those 1 or 2 roles tend to be the same role. So I'm kind of like... I just assume that that's the role, right? Which is about as unfair as anyone who I criticized for looking at Chris Pratt and just saying, oh, so Star-Lord is Mario. But like Mike pointed out earlier, like, it sounds like Nintendo's had a pretty tight rein on what's going on here, so... I think my concern is that anyone playing Toad is only going to potentially come off as Aaron Hansen's Toad. Like, it's just gonna be crazy shit like that, and it's gonna be, like, just really out of place and weird. So I just hope it's not that.
Nice shot. Great.
It would have been really funny if Aaron did it. Oh, man. But again, it would have been out of place, I think.
Nice shot.
It would have been show stealing. He is technically a voice actor. I wonder if there's, like... Is there, like, an etiquette thing? Like, why do they tend to not hire voice actors in, like, Hollywood movies? I think that's what was so special about Wreck-It Ralph, right? Is they got, like, all of the original actors to play those characters, because they were like, that authenticity is important. And usually that doesn't happen. Usually they'll just be like, yeah, we're just gonna get Zendaya to play this character. Zendaya, I don't know how to say her name. But yeah, is it something other than that, I guess, is what I'm getting at?
Nice eagle.
Oh, damn.
Birdie.
I'm actually doing quite well. I didn't notice. I'm trying to think of an example.
Nice birdie.
I feel like there was a movie, like, recently that was like, why didn't they just get the original actor to do it? Because the original actor was not only a voice actor, but had also been in movies. So it's like, well, why didn't you just do the right thing here? But I can't think of who that was.
Ready?
Oh boy, it's fucking snow, though. And that fucking tree again, so we're gonna have to go over here, probably. I kind of don't get, like... I do get the concept of star power, but then sometimes I also don't, because a lot of these movies are, like, aimed towards kids, right? And kids don't fucking care. Like, do you think, like...
Nice shot.
your 8-year-old cousin cares who they got to play Sonic? Like, they don't know, right? Yeah, unions is what I was wondering. I was wondering if there's something about unions or guilds or whatever going on there that just... Because that's why you'll so often see, like... I made the joke about at least they didn't cast the Mario movie with Adam Sandler and his friends. That's why you see that happen so often, where whenever Adam Sandler's in a movie, all of his friends are in it. Even if they're just, like, cameo parts. God, I was worried about this. My sinuses, my allergies freaked out this morning. And I was like, oh god, tell me, like, I'm gonna start having allergy issues, like, right as we start streaming again. It hasn't been as bad, but it's still, like, I got that fucking tickle in my throat that just won't go away. I hope this doesn't... Okay, good. Oh my god. That was awful. I mean, it could have been worse, I guess. I could have landed in the bunk or something, so... This last hole, right? Oh, man. It's the worst I've had it in a while, too.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Man, I might have to hop up until I can get it to clear out, because I constantly feel like I'm
Nice
gagging.
approach.
As far as, like, the variety of allergy symptoms go, this is probably by far the worst one to have. For me, as a streamer. Because it's like, I can power through, like, everything else. This actually makes it, like, difficult to talk. Plus, it probably just sounds really unpleasant, too.
There was the Bravely Default episode that I almost thought I was gonna have to stop because it got so bad. I had to keep, like, muting the microphone. That's... I have the wind against us, that might be fine. What was the last good Adam Sandler movie? Legitimate question. I thought Click was actually really good, but that was like 10 years ago already, so... I would argue that's like perhaps his best movie.
Nice approach. Birdie.
Was it 15? Jeez. I mean, I'm not surprised, but... Why isn't Christopher Walken in the Mario movie? Fuck, dude. I don't think Grown Ups was that good. I'm trying to think of, like, what of his movies have I even seen since then. I remember I watched The Cobbler, but I don't remember anything about it, which is... I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Fuck, what's her name?
Birdie.
The lady from Matrix Reloaded. That's Rosalina. There you go.
Nice birdie.
Not Trinity. Perhaps obviously. Monica Bellucci. There you go. There you go.
Oh.
Boy.
The first indications he was just hanging out with his friends and calling it a movie. Yeah. That's what it seemed like. Yeah, that's accurate.
Oh. Nice par.
Boy.
Blue was 0, right? Character select. It's Boogie. Yo, I actually think Matrix 4 actually looks like not bad. In this climate, I don't think I would necessarily go to the theaters to see it. But,
You know, if it was like in like a year, if it hits Netflix, I'll be like, hell yeah, I'll watch that like this weekend. All right, Theo, no problem. We'll be here for about 2.5 hours yet. If you can make some more, that's super. If not, we'll be playing. I'm like 98% certain we'll play some more tomorrow, so I should update the ticker on that note. See, I think maybe I like the look of 4 because it looks a little bit more focused on like mystery instead of just pure action. Like it's set up in a very like what the fuck is going on kind of way. And I think that was maybe the problem with Reloaded and Revolutions. As much as I like Reloaded, I think it's a fun, stupid action movie, if nothing else. I'm gonna do one with Toad. And AI, since Theo's out, we're gonna put Boo in. And see what he can do. I feel like it has more of a vibe of like what the first movie had, which I think makes it look a little bit more intriguing to me. I think 2 and 3 were very like just kind of brainless action movies, and they weren't as like mystery focused. I think that's the appeal of the first movie, is it's very like, what the hell is going on? Oh. I should have known. Why would you intentionally pick Bowser Jr.? My bad. Like, why would you? Okay, we've done each one twice now. Oh, I guess I wanted to ask, like, what do you guys think about these new courses? I wanted to do that before Theo left, but oops. Yeah, it is very, like... I feel like a lot of the stuff in the first Matrix movie was a little bit more iconic than anything that happened in the rest of it. Like, and a lot of it didn't matter in 2 and 3. I think it's maybe why people didn't care. They were very different movies, and this looks a little bit more in line with what the first movie was. So, I'm intrigued. I'm not, like, hyped, but I'm like,
Ready?
Makes you miss winter. It'll be here soon enough.
Nice shot.
I mean, let's face it. If they, I guess. I was gonna say, let's face it. Anywhere they take the story isn't gonna make sense from where they left off. But that might be your point. Is that did they really need to make another one? I don't know. I guess I'm the type that thinks if it took them this long to do it, I'd like to think that they have a good reason to do it, and they have a story that they think is worth telling. Because they didn't do it. If they were going to do it just to do it, they would have done it before now. Is kind of my point. They would have done it years ago if they were just milking the franchise. But seeing it take a lot... Like, when did Revolutions come out? I was still in high school, I'm pretty sure, when Revolutions came out. So it was like 15 years ago. 15, 18 years ago. Somewhere in that gap. So that, to me, looks like they were content with it being done with 3. And then, like, a couple years later, one of them was like, hey, listen, I got an idea. What do you think about this? And then they kind of, like, batted it around for a little bit. And they were like, maybe. There's something there. And then maybe another year later, they were like, okay, we actually like where this is going. Do we want to make this happen? Let's see if the original actors are on board, etc. You're busier in Paul.
Are you still doing, like, tennis and stuff? With school? Or are you just focusing on the adjustment to high school at the moment? I guess, like,
Nice shot.
as far as Matrix sequels go, here's the thing. This looks more promising than the alternative. The alternative being, let's just do it without Keanu Reeves. And then it would be like, well, what's the fucking point, right? Then you're doing it just to do it. Kind of like, I don't know, making another Space Jam movie without Michael Jordan. Like, why? What's the point? Who would do that, right? You're just gonna have a lot of people looking at that and just being like, but why? Oh no, this sucks. I hate it. Ah, okay, it's actually not bad. You do clubs more than sports now. Oh, you just have a lot of birthdays in the fall. It's the best time for birthdays. Oh, is Lawrence Fishburne not going to be in it? That's weird, because he's one of the only characters that's still alive. I assumed that he was going to be in it, and they just weren't revealing it. Or are we assuming that that guy in the trailer is a completely different actor, that it's the same character and it's a completely different actor? I assumed it was a different character altogether.
Nice shot.
Now, what's the last movie he's been in? He was in Ant-Man and the Wasp, I guess, but it was a pretty small part. I wonder if they're gonna do more with him there. They should have done a what if with him. Yo, I'm shocked at the divisive take on this week's What If episode. Like, I think this is the most divisive one I've seen. People either loved this week's episode or they fucking hated it. It's so weird. Most of the episodes I feel like people have, like, mostly liked, or at worst they've been, like, in the middle, where they were like, eh. There've been better. And then this week's is... people either are like, this one was, like, one of the best ones and it was fucking incredible, or they're like, this is so stupid and I hate it. I didn't expect... out of all the what if concepts, I didn't expect Party Thor to be the one that that sets people apart.
Nice approach.
Like 5 people in October, 3 including yourself in November. Is that including me, Blue? Be honest. Yeah, this just shot sucks. That's what this course is, though. Too many trees hellscape. The golf course. What's with this new camera angle where they are like, if your shot is going from a bad place to another bad place, the camera doesn't even bother moving. Lakitu just checks out sick. He's just like, nah, I'm not following that, dude. Like, that never happened before. That's wild. That would really suck if they replaced... if that was still Morpheus, and... they just replaced the actor. Like, for what reason would they have had to do that? Yeah, see? They did it again. That seems to be what it is. If you're hitting from a bad place to another bad place, they're just kind of like, we're not even going to bother moving the camera. Oh, yeah, according to the casting page, that is Morpheus. I mean, that could be like a code name or something, maybe, I guess. That'd be weird to replace an actor, like, without even negotiating it. Unless they had, like, just a bad time with him or something, and he's a dick. Like, maybe that's all it is.
You know 3 people all on the same day? Your brother's one of them, right? That's wild.
Nice.
I don't know what I'm gonna do for my for a birthday stream this year. I haven't gotten that far ahead yet. I should probably start thinking about that. What did we do last year?
I don't want to do the same thing. Man, I need a haircut. It's next week, though. I can't. I didn't label them as birthday streams. I'd have no choice but to just scroll back until I find the date.
Nice. Birdie.
He doesn't seem like a dick, but I guess, like, I don't know. You never know. Man, it's so depressing looking back at videos over the last couple months and seeing a copyright claim like every other stream because of Bravely Default. It's so unfortunate.
Both.
Ah, boy.
Let's see. We did Risk of Rain last year? Interesting. I don't remember that. That's right! Didn't the update come out on my birthday? I remember that now. Yeah, it was like... I don't remember which update it was, but one of the Risk of Rain updates came out on my birthday. That's right. That leaves it pretty wide open, because we're probably not going to have an update for that anytime soon, because they haven't announced any information about the expansion. Deep Rock Galactic announced their update is November 4th, I think it was.
Nice.
They announced that like 2 days ago, so we don't have to worry about that. In a perfect world, I don't think this is gonna pan out, though. In a perfect world, they'd have N64 Online going and actually have Banjo-Kazooie on there already, and then I would do that, but that's probably not gonna happen. I like this hole. It's simple.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I mean, he had, like, no action scenes in Ant-Man and the Wasp. And I don't know what else he's been in, so maybe... How old is he? Maybe that is it. Hey, Demonic, how's it going?
Nice shot.
Oops. He is 60 this year. I did not realize he was that old. Doesn't look it. When is my birthday? A Wednesday.
Nice shot.
I don't think he looks that old. Ooh, that might be a little overkill. That's tricky, because, like, my birthday falls on a day I'd have off, ordinarily, so I might just take off that day this year. I don't know, I'll have to think about it. See how the Halloween stuff is going up through that. I don't know, I'm kind of, I don't really like making a big deal out of my birthday. I don't really like making a big deal out of birthdays in general. They're kind of like it's just another day, right? The only reason I started doing birthday streams is because, like, marketing. Honestly, like, it just seemed like a good idea. I was like, it seems like to be blunt, it seems like an excuse to, like, invite people to, like, donate and shit, and raid and shit like that. So I was like, it just seems like a good idea.
Excellent.
But, with how the YouTube community has weakened over the last couple of years, that just doesn't seem like as good of an idea as it once did.
Birdie.
So maybe I'll just take that day off this year. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to continue thinking about it as we're moving forward. If I can't think of anything that's an obvious, like, oh, I should do this, then I might just not do anything. Especially since it's on a day that would ordinarily be off. Oh. Fuck.
Nice.
It wasn't that nice. Don't patronize me. Yeah, these greens are pretty similar to... I wouldn't say they're as aggressive as Balmy Dunes. But they're still pretty rough, yeah. It's not a bad shot. That was a solid attempt. I think it bothers me that Ninja has knees. I think that's what makes him look like not a Mario enemy to me. Are solely his legs.
Nice car.
Those legs have a surprising amount of anatomy, considering the fact that his arms are just flaps.
Nice car.
Was that a tap-in that I, like, steered away from? Because I was so just focused on, like, tilt of the green and everything. Which, we're only a whole second. Whole two? Jeez.
Ready?
Yeah, just kill it straightforward. I'm loving this idea, to be honest. Just fucking do it, dude. Just pop.
Nice shot.
I just remembered Mario Golf 64 is the one that's like fucking hard, right?
Nice shot.
That's the one where the AI like basically cheat. And you have to like beat them to be able to unlock them. I don't know if I'm as eager to play that as I thought I was. Because I was just thinking like, oh, maybe when that comes out, maybe we'll derail and play that for a little while, but
don't know if we'd want to do it multiplayer, because I'd probably want to actually unlock everyone, which is actually an ordeal in that game. What else was coming out in October that I was saying we probably won't have time for? Hyrule Warriors DLC. They said that was like on the 22nd. We might not have time for that right away either. I don't know. We'll see how October goes. Like, I haven't really scheduled it out. It's just I know which games I want to play, and I know that they are ready to go. And I'm not necessarily sure how long they're gonna take or anything like that. With one exception, which you can consider this a hint if you feel like troubleshooting what it is I'm going to be playing. That's unfortunate. I do need the Wii U for one of them, and since I got my second surge protector and the HDMI switcher, whatever you want to call it, I haven't hooked the Wii U back up, so I'm gonna have to do that. But aside from that, everything else is good to go, I believe. I also have to still go pre-order Metroid Dread. Something else I gotta do. Which I guess that's the other game that I've actually confirmed that we're playing. Castlevania Collection and Metroid Dread. Hi, baby. I might go right into this tornado. Nope. Skirted through it. We're fine. Which I guess my, like, hopes and dreams on Metroid Dread is that I'll like it enough that I might consider wanting to speedrun it to get a little bit of extra mileage out of it. It is not a virtual console game. No.
Nice shot.
You wanted to take the shot from the water? I mean, she can fly, so why not, I guess.
Nice, huh?
Oh god. Tornadoes is right there. I'm curious what virtual console game you're thinking of, though, in that regard. I don't know if I want to say too much else about it, because honestly, that might be the first game we pick up. And I feel like if I say too much about it, it's going to become pretty obvious what it is pretty quickly. So I'll just leave it as... It's a Wii U game. I've been talking about playing it for a long time on stream. On that note, I have played it before. I guess I'll include that. And, it has some supernatural elements. For October, I'm not looking at playing horror games because low-key fuck horror games. I don't particularly care, but I decided to try and focus on stuff that has like supernatural elements in it. Like say Sonic Unleashed. That's not a game we're going to be playing, but you know, he turns into a werewolf, so it's kind of supernaturally. That would be it. And Castlevania is a good example, too. It's not exactly a scary game, but, you know. Oh, I didn't think I was gonna make it.
Nice.
It didn't feel good. You ever have a shot like that where you sink it, but you're like, that didn't feel good? Like, I almost feel like I didn't deserve that. Murder mysteries in Halloween time? Do they really make murder mystery video games? I guess there are, like, visual novels and stuff, but... So... particularly want to try and, play visual novels on stream. It'd probably be a good way to grow the channel, but it'd probably grow in a way that I wouldn't want it to, so... Oh, is Shadow Dragon on the Wii U Virtual Console? But no, I'm like, I'd be curious to play Shadow Dragon just to compare it, but I don't think I'd be able to play the entire game due to the fact that I'm playing the original. I'd probably get bored in a couple chapters.
Nice shot.
Ooh, I should have hit it harder. Well, I'll take it though. Stop, please, thank you. Oh my god, what are you doing?
Nice on.
Dude, I'd love to play through the Pikmin trilogy, although I don't have Pikmin 1. I'm pretty sure. I think I only have 2 and 3. It is something I'd like to do at some point. They only released 3 on Switch, right? Although those games are like, honestly, as much as I like the concept of Pikmin, those games are like kind of like work to play. Especially the Wii U one, because they do that bonkers shit where they expect you to have 3 arms. Where they're like, yeah, you can hold the nunchuck on the Wii Remote and use the gamepad all at once, right? That's no problem? Okay, have fun.
Nice on.
Yeah, I was thinking about checking it out while I was on vacation, and it turned out everything I planned on checking out while I was on vacation didn't actually happen. I didn't do anything while I was on vacation, but that was kind of the idea. I'm kind of thankful that I I finished what I did manage to finish, like getting the autumn layout done and starting on the race layout to do that with Twain. What else did I do?
I did get some stuff done, but for the most part, I just kind of sat here and did nothing.
Nice on.
But, as I mentioned before, back when I took my vacation in July with GDQ, I, like, all week I just kept thinking about, I need to get stuff done. To the point where I didn't actually relax. And then by the end of the break, I wasn't feeling refreshed, like, whatsoever. I was still just as exhausted as before the vacation. So this vacation, I was very firmly, like, just fucking don't do anything and be fucking unapologetic about it. And I feel better than I did at the last vacation, so I think it worked.
Nice birdie.
Which...
Birdie.
4, okay. Yeah, I do, like... I had to fix the layout, too, because it wasn't set up for 1080 yet. So I'm gonna have to do that for the winter layout, too. But, the winter layout needs redoing anyway, because I looked back at, like, the colors I used for the winter layout last year, and I do not like it. I don't know what I was thinking. So I'm gonna have to rework that one. I think I tried to make it more of, like, a powdered snow, like... light blue last winter, and it just, like, didn't work as well as I wanted it to. I'm probably gonna go back to, like, the... like, icy turquoise that I used a couple years ago. I think I overall liked that more.
Nice shot.
Uh-oh. Rosalina blue, if you will. Maybe a little bit more blue than green, though.
But no, unfortunately, we're gonna continue playing Fire Emblem. I'd like to finish that, or at least get as far as we can before the game breaks us. As much as I would like to pick up another Fire Emblem after that, that's gonna have to wait until November at the earliest. I'm holding myself to put everything on pause through October. The only thing we're not putting on pause is Mario Golf. We'll continue to play Mario Golf every week.
Nice shot.
Everything else is on hold until November. I kind of want to make up for the fact that we really didn't do anything October-y last year. I think the only thing we did is I played A Hat in Time, which had that one stage that was like had some horror elements to it. Part of my problem, and I guess I'll confirm one of the games I won't be playing, which I should still play it. Maybe I'll play it on my own time. Another game that I've been thinking about playing on stream for October for like years now is Resident Evil 4. And I keep backing down on that. Mostly because Resident Evil is like the Halloween franchise. Whenever I'm like, oh, I'll play Resident Evil 4 for Halloween, like the first week of Halloween, there's already like 5 other streamers playing it. I'm like, well, I don't want to play it if everyone else is playing it too. And ultimately, they're probably more interested in the genre than I am, so I should just leave it to them. And I was gonna play that last October, and then I talked myself out of it. I was like, nah, there's already a bunch of other people playing it. I think that's a different kind of scary. That's more of an existential crisis kind of scary, I think. That's more of a, I'm laughing, but everyone around me is dying kind of scary. I cope by laughing.
Nice shot.
I guess I'll also point out they're all games I own. Except for Metroid Dread. I already own all of them in one way or another. I guess unless you also want to count Castlevania Advance Collection. I didn't buy that yet, but we're gonna get through the basic collection first, and then we'll see if we have time for that. I might make time for
Nice
it,
song.
honestly. If I enjoy myself enough. I think I also pointed out that one of the games is on PC, and therefore required a little bit more testing to make sure it would be good to stream. Coincidentally, I can now confirm that that's not Resident Evil 4, because that was also a PC game. I should probably stop offering hints. There's a part of me that's like, I'd be okay with people figuring it out, but I also kind of want them to figure it out by taking random shots in the dark, and not because I gave them too many hints to the point where it was incredibly obvious. This is hole 5, right? I think we're gonna take a quick break after this round wraps up. And then maybe we'll go do Wild Weather or something, just to mix it up a little bit. Oh. I don't have Zombie U.
Pin shot.
God, remember Zombie U? What a, like... Okay, I don't know how good the game actually was, but... What a game that people were, like, super fucking hyped for the Wii U. And then it came out, and I don't think anybody cared. And then Ubisoft immediately was like, oh, yo, fuck the Wii U. What's Zombie U called on other platforms? Is it still called Zombie U? Now my allergies are doing the, hey, your nose is itching, isn't that fun thing? Which is not fun. Can confirm.
Nice.
Because they did release it on other platforms later, didn't they? Because Ubisoft are backstabbing bastards. It's actually half decent. I kind of remember playing the demo and actually, like, having a pretty good time with it. Not enough that I was interested in buying it, but it's called Zombie. Yeah, I vaguely remember, like, at the time, a lot of my local friends were, like, more interested in, like, the horror genre of things. I vaguely remember downloading the demo and, like, passing the controller around, and, like, we were all giving it a shot. Stop itching. Oh my god.
Both.
Boy.
What do you think the physical repercussions would be if you went in and just cut your sinuses out entirely? Just scooped them right out.
Ready?
I clearly don't know anything about internal anatomy, so that might not even be possible, but just run with the bit. Sometimes you just gotta go with it, baby.
Nice shot.
Excuse me. Did your Blue, did your debate class get any better, or is it still turning out to be nightmarish? I talked to my mom about that, and she was like, "Oh, that sounds like a terrible idea." I also mentioned the part about your teacher telling you you're going to hell, and she was like, "She said what?" And I was... It's like, yeah, can you believe it? Welcome to 2021. Should I boot up Animal Crossing and check out the Halloween stuff, since I didn't last year? I did mention during the Direct that I would love a good excuse to dig Animal Crossing back out. I think I'm gonna need to know that it's gonna be, like, a good excuse that'll keep me busy for a while, and not just something that I'll boot it up and for 2 hours be like, that was fun, I guess. I'm bored now.
Nice shot.
It's still meh. It's unfortunate. I feel like that could be a very interesting class. It just would have to be handled very well, and it doesn't sound like that teacher is going to handle it very well.
Nice shot.
I mean, if you want to guess, you could just do it on Discord instead. If you think it's a, if it's like a serious guess. Like I said, I think this might be the one that we'll do first. It's tricky. I have to look at the schedule because I was planning on focusing on one game at a time. So I do have to question how long they're going to last, because whatever I start, I'm going to want to be able to finish before Metroid Dread comes
Nice
out.
on.
Then focus on Metroid Dread for as long as it takes, and then start whatever's next after that. I guess it depends on what the name you picked is, I guess. That's a sensitive
subject that I don't know if I particularly want to get into. I guess I'd be curious to know how many kids your age are doing that, though, to be blunt. I think to a point, the teachers should try to make sure everybody is comfortable, but I could see a lot of kids that age doing stuff like that more because it's trendy and not because it's a comfort thing. So I could see a teacher having a problem with it if they felt like some students were pushing their luck with it. I wouldn't be able to handle it, let's put it that way. Because I've seen it happen with viewers. And I'm like, is that actually how you feel, or are you going to change your mind in a year? Because you're like 12, and what do you know? And it's like, realistically, I can't say, right? But like, I feel like they can't either. I don't know. Like I said, it's a tricky subject. Fuck, I didn't want to do that. I could see why teachers would be perhaps apprehensive about it, though. However, this particular teacher just kind of sounds like she's a bitch, so it's harder to give her the benefit of the doubt. I am gonna need more wind than that, but I'm also going into it with the lay of the land. I've seen it happen in other channels, too, where it's like... like I said, to be blunt, you'll have, like, a male viewer who's, like, yeah, like, early teens, like 12, 13, and they'll be like, oh, no, it's she now. And then in a year, they're like, oh, no, it's he again. It's like, oh, so... do you actually, like, what actually happened there? So I can understand why people would be apprehensive about it, especially with... I guess I'm just gonna come out and say it, I feel like kids that age don't necessarily have it figured out yet anyway. They might know that something is different, and that's fine. But I don't think they're gonna have it figured out quite to that degree. On average. Hell, there are people my age who don't have it figured out yet. Like, it's... like, that's the thing. It's a complicated issue, so... and a lot of kids don't even know, like... what they want to do when they grow up, you know what I mean? Is this uphill or downhill? I kind of can't tell. This shot sucks. Fuck. I guess my point is that you might still be figuring things out. So I would advise against... what's the word I'm looking for? I would advise against expecting too much of others in that regard. You know what I mean? If you don't have it quite figured out, you shouldn't expect other people to have it figured out either. Otherwise, you're just going to be in a perpetual state of being offended at everybody for not getting it right. And like I said, I think it's completely natural. I'm not going to say that you're going to be complete, oh, that sucks. I'm not going to say you're going to be completely oblivious to it. I think it's completely natural at that age to be questioning, like, there's something different here.
I just don't think at that age you're going to be able to put a finger on it and say, here's what it is. It's tough for me, because I guess I never went through anything like that. I'm gonna go ahead and clarify that, so I'm not gonna try and act like, oh, I know what you're going through, because I honestly don't. I have no idea. I was one of those kids that was like, I wonder if I, like, nope, I don't. Like, it was just immediate. It was not even questioning it. So, I haven't gone through that. So, but I still am trying to look at it from both your perspective, but also offer the perspective of what your teachers might be, how they might be seeing it. If I were a teacher, I'd probably say, well, okay, we'll use the pronoun they and them as a middle ground here. I'm not going to be changing every 3 months because you decided on something different. That's going too far. Especially if a lot of kids in the class are doing it. You can't keep up with all that shit. Teachers probably have a hard enough time remembering people's, like, legal names. And remembering, oh, so-and-so goes by their middle name instead, or... oh, that Renee doesn't pronounce it Renee. Like there's all sorts of crazy shit they already have to keep up with. It's a slippery slope where all of a sudden you might have an entire class telling you, my name's not Joel, it's Timothy today. And it's like, oh, okay. They have to think ahead. You know what I mean? But you also want people to be comfortable. You don't want people to just feel outright uncomfortable. All right, lobby. Yeah, we'll take a quick break. Yeah, exactly. In high school, how big is your class? My class was like 400 kids. And that was just my class. That wasn't even counting the other grades. Those were probably all just as large. And yeah, at least how my high school worked, most of the classes had a variety of grades in them. It wasn't just 10th grade or whatever. Well, there might be some classes that are like that, but you get what I mean. Yeah, in your graduating class. Which your graduating class would be what? Class of 2024? Or 25? One of those. But yeah, all the freshmen. But yeah, like I said, it's tricky, because like I guess I can relate to how the teachers look at it from the streaming perspective, because yeah, I want viewers to be comfortable, right? And I want to pronounce their names correctly. I want to get their pronouns correct, etc., etc., etc. But then there does come a point where you're like, it's a little bit different from a streamer viewer perspective because of the fact that it's a little bit more anonymous, so I have no idea what the other person's actually up to. Or if anything they say is actually true. But you do potentially have a moment where you're like, when they suddenly drop something like that, and you're like, is this gonna actually be like that in another 3 months? Or are you just trying to see what sort of hoops you can make me jump through? Because it's, like, trendy to do so. I think that's the dangerous thing with, like,
our society and the stance it's in is like I think it's completely fine for people to question like gender, sexuality, all that stuff. I think that's totally fine. But I do think there's a lot of people that do it just to be like, hey, look at me. And that infuriates me because I was always raised to believe that like people want to be treated equally, right? Like they don't want to be treated like they're different. Except now you have a lot of people who are like, hey, look at me. I'm special. Treat me like I'm special. And it's like, but I thought you didn't want to be treated like you were different. I thought you wanted to be treated just like everybody else. But now, no, when you think you can like get something out of it, I guess you do want to be treated differently. So it's like it's hairy because it's like you want to do the right thing and just say, oh yeah, I'll address you however you please. But then you also have to be wary of the people who are just going to change their minds. And then worse, be offended when you're not keeping up with them changing their minds. Which is the really bad one. Yeah, that's why I said, like... How did I say it? It's fine to be questioning things. It's fine to be acknowledging that there's something different and you're trying to figure something out. I think the important thing is not to expect others to keep up with that because they can't. They're like no one if no one knows but you, and if even you're still figuring it out, how are they supposed to have it figured out? And I think that's like. I've mentioned before with the pronoun thing, something that bothers me about the pronoun thing is like, and again, I'm down for using like whatever pronoun people want me to use, unless they start inventing words, and then I'm like, nah, that's just, you're just kind of like super hot take. You're just looking for attention. If you're like, oh, spell it with an X, like no, that's come on, you're being that's just being a little extra, don't you think? No pun intended. But what I hate is when people get offended when you ask them what the pronoun is. When you're like, what pronoun should I use to refer to you by? And they're just like, you don't know? Like, oh my god. How do you not know? Look at this fucking straight white male motherfucker that just doesn't get it. It's like, what'd you want me to do? Assume and then be wrong? That's worse than asking, and at least asking is having the decency to say, I want to get it right for you, for your sake. So I hate that. But that's like maybe a slightly different thing, but be understanding. Now here is the thing, like, be understanding that people mean well, right? I think overall, depending on what part of the country you live in or what part of the world you live in, I think overall people want to do the right thing and accommodate you on stuff like that. But there's just no way for them to know without asking. And I think it's acknowledge their intentions and not their words. Like, if they goof and use the wrong pronoun, but then quickly are like, oh, sorry, I misspoke. Just be like, yeah, that's fine. A lot of people aren't. A lot of people will blow shit like that up, and that's where it gets, like, kind of silly. Yeah, if you make too much noise, people might just, like, stand their ground and be like, well, since you're making it this huge fucking deal, I'm just gonna not. Now I'm not gonna do it just because. Which I've done that before, right? Where I'm like, shit. What's the example I'm thinking of? Didn't we have an issue with like some multiplayer game where someone kept begging to play, and I was like, if you're just gonna keep begging, I'm not gonna let you. Because, like, I said, yes, you can play as soon as there's an opening, and then you just kept begging, and it's like, well, now you can't, because you won't shut the fuck up about it. So, people will definitely do that. Now, like I said, this is all tricky, because I say keep people's best intentions in mind, and from what you've told me about this particular teacher, it doesn't sound like she has good intent. It doesn't sound like she has bad intentions, but it doesn't sound like she has good intentions either. It sounds like she doesn't give a fuck. I think I said when we talked, was that last week we talked about it? When I said she doesn't sound like she's fit to be a teacher, to be honest. I mean, if she's gonna tell kids in the class that they're going to hell over the stance they take in a hypothetical debate, then you might be in the wrong career. You might be in the wrong career. Become a streamer, because then you can just tell people that they're going to hell and, like, there's nothing. It's fine. They might be upset, but it's like, well, that's my channel. Teachers can't tell you, well, just get out of my class, then. I mean, they could, but it's like, it's not that simple. Yeah, the tricky thing is it sounds like this particular teacher... I guess I'd be curious to know how your other teachers are dealing with it. It sounds like it's just this one teacher that's being fussy about it, though, right? In which case, it becomes a problem with that teacher and not a problem with you. It becomes their being stubborn. Yeah, the worst you have to deal with as telling people off as a streamer is every now and then someone will be like, wow, you're rude. To which I usually say, I was being rude to the person that was being rude, and you're gonna you're gonna make it look like I'm the bully here? Like, excuse me? Anyway. Let me take this break. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then, like I said, maybe we'll go do, like, Wild Weather or something, maybe Bowser Highlands, just to mix things up a little bit. I'd say overall I'm liking these courses, but if we're gonna be doing more tomorrow, we might as well mix it up a little bit. So, maybe we'll do that when we sit back down, so stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then we can continue right where we left off. Something before I sat back down. I could have just left it until I was done with the stream, but I didn't want to leave it and have someone else feel like it was their issue to deal with. So anyway, imposing your will on others. That's the phrasing I was looking for earlier, instead of expecting. Oh god, I definitely starting to just create a tower of hands that could topple at any moment. People love to impose their wills on others these days. People don't know what it means to agree to disagree anymore. This even goes back to what we were talking about with Switch Online earlier. Like, people think, well, it's worth it to me or it's not worth it to me. I have to change everyone's opinions to be like mine. And it's like, no, you don't. You really don't. Okay, I'm gonna do some score totaling, I think, but we can go ahead and jump back in. Your other teachers don't really put up a fuss about it. Yeah, it sounds like it's just that one teacher. It's probably problematic. Maybe they've had, like, one too many students, like, try and pull their chain over the years. How old are they? Like, about? I'm gonna go with Ninja again, I think. I'm gonna keep trying to get them their, trying to unlock Star Clubs for these two. Oops. Not paying attention. No. I mean, I guess that's fine, but I should give her clubs first. Actually, let's put... Have the AI ever scored over? I feel like they always score under. Alright, I think we will do a Wild Weather and then probably a Bowser Highlands. Just to mix it up a little bit, especially if we're gonna do more tomorrow. And we'll probably focus on the new courses more tomorrow too, so. They're all on the younger side except the debate. Well, I guess a better way of putting it, I guess it's difficult. I like it when I was your age, I had the same problem where, like, if they're older than you, they're old, right? Like, to be blunt.
Ready?
Basically, my point, what I'm getting at is I often felt like, when I was in high school, I remember thinking, the older the teacher was, the more I was like, they should probably retire soon. Because the older ones always seem to either be super high tension, like they're pissed off all the time, or everything rolls right off their back. And they're just super chill. So I'm curious if she's like, is she old enough that she should just be retiring because every little thing a student does just pisses her off? And it's like, you should probably get out of there if that's the case. No one's learning anything from you if that's the attitude that you're giving off all the time.
Nice shot.
I'm not necessarily saying the teachers should be doormats either, obviously, and that should just let kids do whatever the fuck they want, but, you know. I think it's funny because, like, I had a couple teachers that were, like, they were very laid back, but if kids started fucking around, they'd still drop the hammer and be like, hey, no. Like, they weren't afraid of putting their foot down. And when they did, you knew they fucking meant business because of the fact that they didn't do it very often. But then you always had, like... A lot of people would probably try and say that this is parody, but I actually saw teachers that would be like... You know, you'd be in class and you'd, like... Be like, shit, I forgot my pencil. And you'd, like, lean over and be like, hey, can I borrow a pen? Stop talking! Are you two cheating? It's like, no, I forgot my pen. Stop talking! It's like, I actually saw that happen. I had actually seen that happen. Again, some people just like to impose their wills on others.
Nice shot.
I think it's a weird thing in society where, like, we've talked about this a little bit off and on with the mask issue. Because I think that a lot of people that are, like, super anti-mask are simply... I'm a grown man, you can't tell me what to do. Now, that's paraphrasing. They're not all men, of course, but they have that attitude of, I'm a grown adult. You can't tell me what to do. And it's like, how does that happen? I feel like people, like, that's everyone's, that's your typical, like, society goal, is to be like, well, as a kid, I'm always being told what to do, so I want to grow up to be able to say, no one can tell me what to do. With the problem being that there's always someone that can tell you what to do. Like, that's the thing. There are people that are in charge. That's unfortunate. Yeah, you are, like... That looks pretty shitty. That's unfortunate. And again, it kind of goes back to that thing of, like, I think you had a good point about society in general, you know, with saying, take it easy, others will bend easier to preferences because you're not berating them. That's, like, society in a nutshell, and I think that's a lot of the drama about masks, is that people are very, like, standing tall, hands on hips, lecturing each other, instead of just having, like, a normal fucking conversation about it. Because it's not a normal conversation. It's, you gotta impose your will on others. I'm right, you're wrong. There's no gray area, just I'm right, you're wrong. And if I'm not right, I'm at least gonna prove that you're wrong. But I've also said before that, I think social media skews my perspective of that a little bit.
Nice on.
I've mentioned before that, like, my mom has said stuff about, like, oh, you don't really get out much since the pandemic started. And I'm like, yeah, I guess, but so. Oh, you should get out more. It'll do you good. And I'm like, but why? Go out and do what? But to a point, I get it, because if you go out and, you know, interact with people, I feel like the average person you interact with, it's going to be a pleasant interaction. Whereas I feel like if you get on social media, the average person you interact with, it's going to be an unpleasant interaction. Because people are just unpleasant on social media. But, like, when I went out to get my eyes checked and to pick up my glasses, I didn't really have a bad interaction during that. Like, everyone was fine, polite.
Great.
Now, the lady that didn't give me the eye exam, but that did, like, the preliminary stuff, she seemed kind of grumpy. But she wasn't, like, directly rude to me. She just seemed like she was, like, over it. And she was like, can I clock out and go home now? It was just one of those attitudes. It felt like she just didn't want to be there today, which was funny, because I think it was on a Monday. And it was, like, first thing in the morning. She had her, like, whole day ahead of her, and she already seemed, like, checked out. But she wasn't, like, a bitch to me or anything, you know? I hit that way too hard. Don't ask me what I was thinking there. I guess I'm compensating for the fact that I might hit the tree. I'm not gonna hit the tree. I'm just gonna... Well, okay, at least I backspun and rained, so that works out. Unless you choose to be unpleasant yourself. And that's another problem, is, like... And I kind of pointed this out right before we took the break, about, like... I'd like to think... I do have an issue where I'm very sarcastic, and I think that can come off as unpleasant when I don't mean it to be. But I'd like to think, for the most part, like, I try to be friendly to people. But if someone is, like, not friendly to me, then I'll become unfriendly in a fucking hurry. And I kind of don't like it when that happens and people act like I'm the one causing the problem. And it's like... And I think that's a thing in general these days, where people are like... People can be rude, but if you call them out for being rude, you're being way more rude than they were being. And it's like... You can't just lay down and let them step all over you and then be like, well, at least I didn't make the problem worse. Like, that's ridiculous. Someone has to stand up to these people sooner or later. And hey, some of them will never learn, which sucks. But some of them will learn. It's kind of the way I try to look at it. Think of the fact that you might actually get through to someone and they might be like, man, you know what? You're right. I didn't think of how my actions were affecting those around me. This is all parody. This is all bit, by the way. This doesn't happen. People don't change. Oh. Anyway. My point is, yeah, I think if you go out into the world and have a general pleasant disposition about you, or you cross paths with people and you say, oh, good morning, how's your day? I think you're probably going to have a pretty good day. Now, if you cross somebody on the sidewalk and they say, how's your day? And you go, ah! You're probably just going to have a bad day because you're setting yourself up for it. I think that's very true. Back when I took walks, like, on a daily basis, before, you know, bears, I tried to do that. I'd cross paths with... Even if they didn't say anything first, I'd be like, morning. Hope you're having a nice day. Not looking to stop and start a conversation, but, you know... I used to do, like, 10 years ago, I used to do the thing where it would just be, like, the passive nod of... But then I was like, that's not very... This kind of seems like you're shrugging them off, right? I can do better. And I think most people that I've crossed paths with and said it, you know, good morning. They usually return it. Every now and then you'll get one that's just kind of, ah. And then, like, low-key, I want to, like, grab them by the shoulder and turn them around and be like, give me my good morning back. I'm going to give that to someone who's actually going to appreciate it.
Nice shot.
You take a picture with a bear? I'm going to go with no. I saw this awesome clip on Twitter. It might have been like a TikTok reposted or something, but it was like of a surveillance camera outside of someone's house, capturing... And I felt bad for the person, don't get me wrong. I hope they think it's funny in hindsight, because it was pretty funny to watch. She left her house. I don't know what she was carrying. She was carrying like a bag of fruit or something. I don't know. And she went out to her car and opened the door, and there was a baby bear inside. And she, like, freaked out, and, like, fruit went flying everywhere. She tried to close the door and, like, close it in. And I don't know why you'd try to do that. But, it, like, came barging out, and it was, like, it was really funny. It was just it was a tiny bear. I've seen dogs that were bigger than this bear. And it, like... It seemed very, like, what the fuck was that about? But then it, like, strolled back over and was like, oh, look, fruit. And just started eating. And I was like, dude. Don't get me wrong, I would have freaked out, too. I'd have been like, what the fuck? Yeah, you don't fuck around with bears, dude. That's where I draw the line.
Nice shot.
Did you hit the water again? I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy telling bear stories. I've fortunately never seen a bear, but yeah, every now and then I'll be like, I'll just hear from a neighbor. They'll be like, "Did you hear they saw a bear downtown?" And I was like, "I'll see you next year when I leave my house again next." Because yeah, that's. And it sucks too, because I used to really like taking walks at like 7 o'clock in the morning, when like the sun is still coming up, no one's awake yet. It's really quiet. That was like the best time. Like that was some good stuff. And then I heard the B word, and I was like, oh no, because the sun's still coming up. There's a chance that I could like walk up to one and not even notice they're there until it's right in front of me, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, now what the fuck do I do? Does playing dead work? I don't know. Yeah, they legitimately said did you hear they saw a bear downtown? And I was like, what? Now, when I say the term downtown, our downtown isn't very big, but, still. I can see it! It gets quiet enough in the morning. I can see them just, like, strolling in and just, tipping someone's garbage can or something. Whatever the fuck bears do.
Nice shot.
It just added another unfortunate layer to things, because, like, there's already such a narrow time frame of when I'm, like, willing to go out and take a walk due to weather. So you don't really want it to be too hot or too cold. And then there's also, bears, and then, pandemic. Which never really hit us very hard here, to be fair. That was never really that wasn't a scarier factor than hearing bear downtown. That, like... COVID was like, well, I go out at, like, 6:30 in the morning, I never see anyone anyway. I'll cross paths with, like, 3 people, and it's not like I'm giving them a kiss on the cheek. Like, we're keeping our distance and just saying hello, right? We're not even shaking hands or anything, so it's totally fine. But as soon as somebody was like, bear and downtown in same sentence, I was like, do you think, no particular reason, but do you think do you think my backyard is large enough to have, like, a bomb shelter built in it? And do you think that would keep a bear out? No reason. No reason. I'm just curious. I still can't really tell if it's raining. I don't think it is, right? It's just windy. They could still do a better job of portraying that information to us if the green is wet or not. No, I'm seeing what looks like the occasional drop. Yeah, it could still be better. I'm gonna overkill it a little bit and hope for the best. Boom, baby. Long bomb.
Nice bird.
Do we just not get long bombs anymore? That was absolutely a long bomb. That was like 45 feet.
Nice. Birdie.
I didn't see it, but nice. I cheated? Fuck off. How do you figure?
Nice par. Nice par.
I think that was just a good putt, honestly. I don't see how you could even twist that as cheating.
Ready?
Did you see that fucking U-turn U-turn sinker that I made with Boo like 3 weeks ago, that was fucking cheating.
Nice shot.
Oh, I'm just not that good. Thanks. To be fair, I put a lot of thought into that one. Typically, when I think about a putt that long, it usually goes pretty well. It's just I'm usually not willing to sit here for like 3 minutes thinking about it. I'm usually like, you know, there's other people that want to play too. I should probably not hold us up.
Nice shot.
Fine, I was gonna do more math.
Nice shot. Nice on.
Whoops.
Nice shot. Nice on.
It's maybe too early to tell, but I maybe like the, I maybe like the this handicap idea. It's a little bit more subtle.
Birdie.
The one to add, like, just make birdies par, that was, like, way too potent. Like I said, I performed, like, average last week, and I still lost, like, 30 points.
Birdie.
Now this is a little bit more... I'm not losing points, I'm just not gaining points as quickly. And people aren't losing points as quickly either. I think Theo might have had a good point that maybe I should make it, instead of if you're in first or if you're in last, it should be a little bit more... have a little bit more of a curve to it. Like if you're above, like, I don't know, 30 under or something, then you start having... then it starts to take effect. Gives it a little bit more of like a normalized angle to it, so that it'll be... keeps things a little bit closer, but you're not completely screwed.
Ready?
Yeah, I think, to be blunt, I think that these courses, like, compared to the average golf game, these courses just might be easier than the average golf game. Which means that keeping long-term scoring is going to inevitably have this happen, where one person's going to wind up 75 under, and it's like, how do you ever... This late in the month, how does anybody compete with that, right? Basically, everyone would have to birdie every hole, and I would have to bogey every hole. And even then, you might not be able to catch up, which is like... At that point, it just looks like someone's showing off more than it is a competition, right?
Nice shot. Nice on.
Maybe 20 under? Should be the limit. So if you're over par at all, then all point losses will be halved. But point gains will remain flat. Because if you look at it, like, if it weren't for the fact that we're going to do another round of golf tomorrow, this would otherwise be the last night of the month. And I don't think we missed any nights this month either. I think we did one per week. And if you look at the scores there, Theo's the only other person above 20. If we had it at 30 under, no one else has even reached that mark. So I think that might be too high. I think 20 might be the way we want to do it. Kind of makes sense from, like, a ranking perspective, too. Because even if you look at the rank mode in this game, which is kind of bogus anyway, but, like, it takes no time at all to get through the lower ranks, right? But then once you get to the higher ranks, it starts to slow down. Which I think will make for a pretty good feeling, because then if somebody misses the first 2 weeks, they'll be able to catch up pretty quickly if they do well.
Nice on.
And also having it be the halved point value is, like, easy to math out. I don't have to get a calculator. I can just do that in my head.
Birdie.
Especially because this game is frustrating and it tends to not let you see the score for very long at the end of the match. So you kind of have to be fast. That could have stood to have been harder. Yeah, absolutely needed to be harder.
Birdie.
There you go, Blue. That's what happens when I don't think as hard. Or as you call it, cheating. You know, I drank so much less soda last week. Because I basically didn't talk to anyone all week. So I wasn't as constantly thirsty due to my throat being dry and tired. I think I drank something like 30% more soda on weeks I'm streaming or something like that. Oh, that's unfortunate. If you want to blame the character icons being in your way, I'm not going to hold that against you. I'm gonna update the schedule really quick while I'm thinking about it. Alright, so we're gonna have more tomorrow. Episode 17, God, it's getting up there. Been trying to think of branding for race night, but I haven't been able to think of anything. We always call it Twain versus the world, but that seems silly to use the same branding here.
Nice car.
Also, when I created that branding, the concept would be that he would be doing race nights with other people too, and I don't think anyone ever really signed up for anything like that. Clearly, speedrun Sundays doesn't really work. Speedrun Sens Day, I guess. Donkey Kong was in the way. There you go. Fuck that guy. Fucking Seth Rogen. 5.
Nice shot.
Also trying to keep in mind the typical branding of Nintagious Live, Nintagious Reacts, Nintagious Plays, Nintagious First, Nintagious Glods. That's stupid.
Nice shot.
Disregard. Oh, man. I have to figure out what Sundays are going to be moving forward, too. That's something else I gotta do, because I don't think we're going to do speedruns throughout October. We could maybe do art streams, but I don't know how much I like that idea. They just might be a continuation of whatever else we're playing at the time. So I will be off on Tuesday then. I guess I used Nintagious done quick for the speedrun, like the single runs for when I want to upload them to leaderboards. I don't know if I necessarily want to use that though.
Nice shot.
Damn, I actually could have stood to have hit that harder. By the way, I know it's a lot of teasing. I think teasing playthroughs is fun. What can I say? Also, he hasn't announced the game it is that we're going to be playing either, so I'm not about to spill the beans either. But it is not a Mega Man game. We're going to be speed racing something else.
Excellent. Nice shot.
It's going to be quite the trial by fire, because I haven't speedrun it in, like, a couple months.
Nice on.
I'm going to be very, I haven't ran it in a year? Oh, God. I didn't think it was that long. Oh, no. And I don't know how many practice runs he's done, but I haven't derusted for this, so yeah. And it's something that he's still in the process of learning, so that'll be fun. And I mean that's not a fun in quotation marks or fun with an asterisk behind it. That's fun with a capital F. I probably haven't run Sonic Forces in that amount of time either.
Birdie.
Longer, apparently. Last PB I did for that was in July of last year. Holy hell. I should get back to that too. That game was pretty fun. I liked it a lot more than most people did. Maybe once I've had my fill of Sonic Colors and the other Sonic Marathon stuff gets done. I should probably focus on that first. Is the green wet or not? It was just because it was uphill, right? Should there be a second handicap, I wonder? If the first one's at 20 under, should there be another at like 50 or 60 or something? Or should I just not worry about it?
Nice par.
I guess I'll worry about that if it starts consistently being an issue where people are just getting that high. Like, I'll see how I score next month, as well as Theo, because I feel like if Theo didn't have that one really bad week, he'd probably be a lot higher than he is right now. It was just that one week he was like... I think he was like plus 11 at the end of that one week.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
Do they have actual a handicap system for like tournaments and such? I kind of assumed they wouldn't because of the fact that like the way golf scoring works is it's already kind of supposed to be structured in a way to kind of keep it balanced, right? The thing is I don't want the math to be too complicated. I don't want to have to like bust out a calculator between every round. Also, a very convenient thing that would be nice if the game would do is if they would just let us apply a handicap in-game that would like put us on different tees or something. I don't know how well that would work, but it's something. Also, so like they didn't reduce the resolution on the map. They only did for Spiky Palms. Was the snow stage like that too? On the new desert stage, this screen absolutely has lower resolution. I wonder why. Because this is still normal. This is like either 720 or 1080, whichever one it is. I can't really tell the difference without seeing them side by side. That new desert course absolutely has like lower resolution in play though. I think it might even in gameplay too. I thought I was imagining that at first, but I don't think I am. There are a lot of NPCs with a lot of trees too.
And believe it or not, stuff like foliage, like, that usually takes up a lot of, like, CPU and stuff. Anyway.
Nice shot.
Yeah, they'd probably have a dynamic resolution in play for overhead view. I find it more likely that it was probably the abundance of trees is probably what did it. I guess it looks like there's a lot of trees here too, but they're not compared to that new one. If anything, I feel better, because I thought I was going crazy at the beginning of the stream. I was like, is this lower resolution? Is it the fact that I have new glasses and I can see it more clearly? Is it the fact that I haven't looked at a video game in like a week? Like, what's going on here? Oh, now you gotta deal with that tree, though. That's why I was trying to avoid making that shot. Not that I'm in much better of a position right now, but just commentary, baby.
Nice shot.
Where's the wind at? I mean, it's fine, but, like, I was expecting way more wind. I could maybe do it based on previous months, too. I don't know if I love that. And yeah, unfortunately, I did not keep, like, a breakdown of scores. I thought about making, like, a Google Doc or a spreadsheet or whatever, and keeping, like, individual rounds.
Nice shot.
But I thought that was maybe... Where the hell are you going? I thought that was maybe, taking it a little too seriously. Especially when I still had to be, like, troubleshooting all of this stuff. Also, I liked the handwritten approach for the layout.
Nice on.
I'm liking the idea of, like, if your total score is over at all, then any score loss will be halved. And if you're above 20 under, such a weird way of phrasing things. Then all gains or losses. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Just based on, like, the loose math I've done so far, that seems to be fine.
Nice on.
It's also dynamic, so if someone's just having a bad month, it won't, like... Or a bad week, even. It'll reflect a little bit more immediately. I also maybe don't like the idea of doing it based on previous month's performances, because I feel like overall we're all going to do well enough that we're gonna have a handicap for, like, no reason. Does that make sense? It's gonna create an environment where, like, any newcomer is just probably gonna do completely crazy. And we'll just all be at a disadvantage.
Birdie. Birdie.
Yeah, the 6 handicap was way too large. Just the math was easy. Are you fucking me? Oh no. Oh no.
Nice par.
.4 away from the hole, it said. Anyway, the half gain system is, like, pretty simple to math out, too. I mean, I guess that handicap system of just saying, like, it would be the same as adding 6 to every round, except it just wouldn't be 6. So it would still be pretty easy to figure out.
Whoa.
It'd be one of those things where if I knew a lot about, like, Google Docs and setting up, like, the algorithms on Google Docs, I could potentially set it up to do it itself. DK was even, I think. Right, yeah. Yeah, it'd be the same as just adding 6, except it wouldn't be as potent. Oh yeah, you have to be up early, don't you, Blue? I should probably be cutting you off, actually. We can do one more round, though. And then, as I said, we'll be doing more tomorrow, so if you want in on some more, you're more than welcome. Let's, let me see. I wanna Koopa it up. I think I'm just gonna keep working on Ninja. Try to get him Star Clubs. We just put Donkey Kong in. Let's put Pauline in, and we're gonna put Charge and Chuck in, because I want to see more of, like, how do they do when, Yeah, I'll do Bowser Highlands. How do they do when they're on a higher difficulty, but they don't have the crazy clubs? I want to observe them a little bit more. And for reference, all this mathing we're talking about before you go, Blue, like at the moment you're 11 over, right? If we'd be using this system of if you're over, then all point losses are halved, then you'd only be +9 at the moment. I know that might not seem like a big difference, I guess,
Ready?
but... Hold on. I'm gonna overshoot to the left here a little bit more.
Nice shot.
Yeah, like I said, we'll do more golf tomorrow. I felt bad taking yesterday off. A lot of it, I'm gonna be totally honest, is I wasn't really feeling fired up to play Fire Emblem. So that was part of it. And throughout the week, I just felt very like, damn, I should have taken more time off. Like, I could just kind of feel it, where I was like, 5 days wasn't enough.
And then the direct happened, and I was like, you know what? If I do take the night off, I can record the reaction comfortably. I don't have to rush to do it or anything. I can just do it whenever I want to, get it uploaded, and then just take the rest of the night to relax, which was nice that I was able to do because I was a zombie after the fact. I was really tired because I didn't sleep super well before it. So yeah, we'll put in an extra one. That'll be our last hurrah for September then. So how would you figure out their par, I guess, averaging together, like, their overall performance? In which case, I would definitely have to be keeping track on, like, a long-term basis and not just totaling them up as we go like I have been. Wait, that's not right.
Nice shot.
For further reference, I'm at 77 under at the moment. It would actually be 71.5 under with the halved gains system.
Nice shot.
Yeah, we'd have to do it monthly or weekly for sure. That'd be like, unless we set up a Google spreadsheet to like do the math for us, which I know is a thing you can do, I just don't know how to do it. If we could set it up to do that, though, that we wouldn't have to like figure it out and it would just automatically print it, then I guess we could do that.
Nice on.
But as mentioned, I don't know if I necessarily want to take it that seriously. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have backspun. Also, should have hit it harder. Excuse me. Yeah, and I guess the long term is pretty appealing because well, if we set it up that way, it could potentially be like averaging over more than just a month, over like lifetime. You'd want it capped at some point though, like last 6 months or something like that. Yeah, the big difference is I would just have to be keeping score in 2 places, I guess. I'd have to be keeping it here, but also keeping it in, like, a spreadsheet or something.
Nice par.
And then if Hell Freeze is over and YouTube adds, like, chat currency or something, like Twitch has, we could start running gambling for, like, who's gonna win or something.
I am, but, like, not really. I'm just keeping it off to the side just to test it. I'm basically keeping 2 scores based on tonight. There's the one you guys see, and then off to the right, I have it written down with, like, the half gain system, just to see what the difference is.
Birdie. Nice birdie.
I guess something I maybe don't like about the handicap system would be that, like,
Nice par.
if someone has a really bad week, it might be, like, hard to recover. But I think that's just gonna be a thing no matter what. If you're expected to hit 3 under, but then you have a bad week, you're gonna have to perform really overboard to come back from that bad week. Because if you just have an average week, your score's just gonna kind of stay the same. I guess that'll reflect in the next month, but...
Ready? Nice shot. Nice shot.
But for perhaps obvious reasons, I didn't want to make the scorecard be like the entire month. Mostly because it wouldn't fit on the layout then. Or it would be so small no one would be able to read it. And I think that's an important key to it. Like, I want it to be something that's just readily available and that people don't have to ask, like, oh, how am I doing? It's like, it's right there. You just look. Which is part of the unappeal of having it be a document, a Google Doc that just maths it all out itself.
Nice shot.
Because I could just put the document there, but it's probably not going to look as nice.
Nice shot.
What I should do, probably the best way to do it, is get in a habit of, like, screen capping the score at the end of every round. And then I can just go back and look at them after the fact. Sifting through footage sounds like a pain in the ass. And keeping track of it in real time is kind of a pain in the ass as well. I wish the game just let you, like, at the end of the round, I wish they didn't show you the scorecard for, like, 2 seconds and then take it away.
Nice shot.
Chuck's actually beating Pauline at the moment. I think we're only, like... This is only the second hole. I thought it was, like, the third.
Nice shot.
Yeah, they show you the scorecard like a fucking grade schooler that's showing you something and then, like, taking it, like... But doesn't want to actually show you.
Great.
Like, their report card. They're like, okay, here, you see it.
Like they're trying to hide it.
Nice shot.
Hey, Alexander, how's it going? I don't think I was even paying attention to Pauline's shot. I'm not gonna lie to you. My mind is very, like, zeroed in on figuring out what to do with scores. I might have to go back through footage and try and get all of the scores.
Nice on.
Try and figure all that out, just for, like, curiosity's sake. Just to see what the handicap would be, and then be like, does that look like a good idea? Or is it, nah, that's not the way.
Nice shot.
I guess I wouldn't have to...
Nice on. Birdie.
I could maybe split the difference. I guess I wouldn't have to keep track of every round. I would just have to keep track of score on a weekly basis. Like, keep the totals per week. Maybe add a total column, like a total weekly column and a total monthly column to the scorecard. If I keep total weekly and keep track of how many holes we did, then it's easy enough to find the average, right? No, it's not. What the fuck am I saying? Never mind. That wouldn't work at all. Or maybe it would, but you'd need some advanced math that I can barely comprehend, so... I probably wanted to hit it harder than that. I didn't. In fact, I wanted to hit it not that hard.
Birdie.
Yeah, it would be the wrong average, basically. You'd be able to find an average score per round, but that's not necessarily what we're looking for. Or would that work? Maybe that would actually work. I don't know.
Nice birdie.
Yeah, that would still work. Man, my brain is like...
Nice eagle.
It's like importing the files from like an old hard drive and from like high school and trying to like take the math that I haven't used in several years and refigure it out, and we're not running on the same OS anymore, so it's trying to like re-encrypt it and what a mental journey I've just been on. Also, fuck that eagle. Get that shit out of here. Boom.
Ready? Nice shot.
Huh. I don't know where the cat is. So on that note,
I wouldn't even have to go back and find all the scores. I would just have to go back and find out how many rounds we played. Which would be a lot easier to sift through and find.
Nice shot.
Because we already have the totals for the month. We just have to keep track of how many rounds there have been. For context, Alexander, we're trying to figure out how we potentially want to do handicaps for monthly scoring.
Nice shot.
Because I very quickly realized that it's kind of easy to landslide. As you can see, I'm 77 under, Theo's 25 under, and it's like, at this point in the month, there's kind of no catching up with that, right? I'm gonna hit it harder than that. Oh shit. That's interesting. No, for golf score.
Nice on.
Would I really? I guess I could do that, yeah. I guess I could just take tonight's to apply a handicap for tomorrow. Do we need to do that? I was thinking more for figuring out this month's average to calculate next month's handicap.
Nice shot.
I think we averaged, like, 6 rounds a night. I wouldn't necessarily want to use that for figuring out the math of things, but I think it's about that. So this is probably did around 30 rounds in the month-ish. Again, I wouldn't necessarily want to... I mean, we could rough it out just to be like, okay, how's that work out? Fuck. That's fine. Oh, I should have hit it way harder than that. Yep.
Birdie.
Weekly might be a little bit more dynamic, too. Yeah, per stream. Yeah, that might make it more dynamic. Because I guess I'm worried about, like... how to put it. Like, if someone has a really good month... But I guess this could work for weeks, too. Thinking if someone has a really good month and they wind up being like a handicap of like 3 under, and then they have a really bad month with that handicap on top of things, they're gonna be like in a real bad place after that. And that's just gonna be all over the fucking place. But I guess that could happen with weekly too, really. Yeah, I could just make room for it on the scorecard. Yeah, I guess if it was weekly, at least you wouldn't have to deal with that outcome for very long. Because, yeah, what if someone just has, like, a god-tier month of golfing? Wind up with something crazy like a handicap of 5.
Nice par.
And then the next month, they're just gonna get fucking shit on. Kind of like what happened with me last week, because I essentially held myself to the handicap of 6 last week, and I basically lost 30 points. Ish, if I remember correctly. Like, it was kind of ugly. And I only played average. I didn't even play poorly. It was just middle of the road.
Ready?
Yeah, nightly would make more sense, because then it's like... It'd be easier to start it right away, for example. Because we've done 8 rounds tonight? Although we have to keep track of who's played how many rounds, which is maybe sucky. Because not everyone's played the same amount. I'm the only one that's played all 8. I think Theo did, what, 5? So I'd still have to figure that out. But that's easy enough to just have a tally on the side of the scorecard where I just keep track of how many rounds it's been.
Nice on. Nice shot.
So you'd basically what if...
Nice.
Like
on.
going with the math up there with the -1 handicap, average expected to hit would be -1. So you would just add 1 to every score, right? Dude, he can, like, barely fucking make that. Holy shit. And it's uphill. Like, I'm actually gonna, like, struggle to get up there. God, holy hell. This is a rough tee for a character with low power and standard clubs. Oops. That was the furthest back tee, right? I think. It's not a bad save.
30.
I feel like it's impossible to birdie on this hole with standard clubs and from that tee. See, like I said, it would be interesting too if we could, like, apply those handicaps in-game and have people start at different tees. Sadly, is not a thing. I'm gonna run a little overtime tonight, but that's okay.
Birdie.
I blame how often tonight. I had like 2 disconnect warnings tonight because I was so busy talking that I was just sitting idle. I usually pride myself on the fact that I don't push it to the extent where it's hitting me with a disconnect notification. But we had like direct stuff to talk about tonight, so it's a little bit more reasonable, I think.
Nice par. Nice par.
I already forgot. This is hole 4.
See, I'll probably go back through the stream and just figure out who played what number of holes tonight.
Nice par.
And then I think tomorrow we'll test it with the handicap. I'll get an idea of, like, what information do I need to actually, like, track, and then I'll, like, rework the scorecard again so that I can include everything on there. I think right away. You want to change that to monthly total? Probably add a category for tonight's total.
Nice shot.
That middle column can just be for math. And add a small column for handicap. Oh, so I'd still have to keep track of people's score without the handicap, basically. I always forget to adjust for the lay here.
Nice on. Nice on. Nice shot. Nice on.
Oops, what did I just do? Did that fuck up the thing? Sure as hell did.
Shot. Excellent. Birdie.
Crap. I'll have to fix this later. I accidentally changed the size of the window and it fucked everything up. This sucks. And I hate it. I gotta believe, baby. These these greens are like not as bad as they look, to be honest. So we need a round column as well.
Birdie putt.
We need handicap the number of rounds we've done, tonight's total score, and then tonight's total score with handicap.
Nice birdie. Nice par. Birdie putt. Nice birdie.
Oh, this isn't permanent. This is just taking notes for myself, more to remember what I need to add. Or change. This is the last hole, okay. These really quick, I'm gonna try and fix the scorecard.
Nice shot.
That should be alright, I think.
Nice shot.
It's weird that it... I guess I understand why it worked like that.
Nice shot.
So I will still have to go back and find out the scores for tonight, since I've only been keeping the totals. I'll figure all that out after the stream. Shouldn't take long, it's just gonna be tedious, and I'm probably gonna want to eat first, so...
Great.
I hit that way too hard.
Nice shot. Nice on.
It's tough because I'm like... very laser focused on troubleshooting and figuring it out, but I'm also at the point of the stream where I'm like, dude, I'm gonna go eat. If anything, I'm maybe still worried about the scorecard getting too complicated and having to, like, record too much information.
Pin shot.
But we can always try it out tomorrow and see how it works out. If it gets a little too busy, I'm gonna be like, dude, I just want to play golf. You know what I mean?
Birdie.
Yo.
Nice birdie.
I still think Ninja does not look like a Mario character. I mean, I guess he's not, right? He's a Doki Doki Panic character. It's just so odd. Like, there's just a lot about him that I'm like, that's not a Mario character, dude.
Bogey.
It's hard to explain. Is that like a Fall Guys faceplate with two eyes? Or is it like one big Sonic eyeball with two
Nice
pupils?
par. Birdie. Nice birdie.
What a peculiar character. Man, Chuck just breaking even. Alright, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, he's also very fat. And I think most of that is just because of the legs. I think if he had little, like stubby flap legs, like, say, Luma, if he had more, like, Luma proportions, I don't think it would look as ridiculous. But he, like, very much has, like, human legs, but with flappy arms. It's a very peculiar character. Not sure how I feel about it. It's very interesting. Man, I only got him 350 points tonight. Damn. Forgot how long the grind takes. And I only did the one round as Toad, right? I'm gonna have to... He's so close. I might try and finish him, so that we could potentially put him in as AI tomorrow for funsies. Maybe. We already could, but now he'll have Superstar clubs, so... Yeah, I expected him to just be, like, pointier. I guess that's a good way of putting it. But yeah, it's mostly his legs are very weird. Let me, Yeah, like, in Paper Mario, he has, like, little... stubby legs. I don't know if this is gonna work. That's not gonna work. I was gonna drag it over the scorecards that it would pop up on screen, but it doesn't work like that. It looks like when they put him in Mario Maker, that's when they gave him, like, these weird legs. So, it's just another thing Mario Maker has ruined. Nothing to see here. Yeah, the legs are very off-putting. It's very strange. He does very much look like a Fall Guys character, too, honestly. I guess I never realized that those were supposed to be buttons, either. Like, again, that's an update they made in Mario Maker, it looks like, where they very specific... Like, they're just red dots on everything else. But then in Mario Maker, they were like, we're going to very specifically make them Coraline buttons. Except they're on his nipples. It's very strange character. I'm still all about it. I'm all about, especially the enemies that haven't been seen in that many games. I'm all about seeing them in more stuff like this. I think those are cool picks. Honestly, Koopa Troopa's kind of boring because he's like as generic as it gets, right? But then you got stuff like this. It's like, oh yeah, I'm all about this because it's just different and unique. It's basically mean the same thing, but you're picking up what I'm putting down. All right, let's get out of here. As I said, we're gonna come back and play some more of this tomorrow because I feel like we definitely still have a lot of the new courses to see. I like them so far. The, what's it called? Spiky Palms? Spiky Palms? Is that what it's called? That one's fucking hard. Like, maybe I'm just bad at that thing in particular, but, like, dealing with all those trees is fucking difficult. And I think that mostly jumps out at me because of the fact that the other stages don't really expect you to deal with that number of trees very often. There'll usually be, like, a couple of trees, and you can kind of just avoid them, whereas Spiky Palms, they're just fucking everywhere, which makes it a very challenging course. I wish that Blustery Basin didn't have those fucking wind enemies, because I hate them. But otherwise, I like that one. I'd say that I even like it in spite of that, perhaps. I'd say both of them are good, though. I think they're both good additions. If anything, did we need a second desert course, I guess? But it feels so different that I think I'm fine with it. It doesn't feel like it's just an extension of Balmy Dunes, right? Because of all the trees, and there's a lot more water.
So I think it's still fine. I still don't know if is that a Fall Guys faceplate with eyes? Like, is he wearing like a hood and that's his face? Or is that like a Sonic eyeball with two pupils on it? Do I want to know? Also, his head is smaller. I feel like in everything else that I was just looking at him, he was more like square-shaped. Now he's like very specifically more bean-shaped. He looks like a Fall Guys character, dude. Did Mario Maker redesign him to look like a Fall Guys character? Anyway. That'll be it for tonight. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to try and troubleshoot some of these handicap ideas tonight after I get something to eat. And then maybe we'll test that out tomorrow. As I said, I'm not sure if I love it because it seems like a lot to keep track of on a per round basis. And since this game very much just kind of fucking flashes the scorecard at you and then pulls it away in less than a second and says, okay, now what did you memorize? That makes it kind of maybe not something I'm super into, but maybe we'll give it a shot and we'll see how it pans out. Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. It's good to be back. I'm glad that this update dropped the way it did. It worked out really well timing-wise. And like I said, I think that's a good reason to play more of it tomorrow. So we're going to do that. So take it easy. I'll see everyone tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, then enjoy your weekends. And I'll see you next time.